right, good evening. I am calling the regular meeting of the Ross-Town Council on Thursday, August 14, 2025 to order. Has the agenda been posted?
Yes, Mayor.
Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to request that we postpone item number 4 to September 11th.
Okay, thank you. Next is open time for public expression. This is limited to 3 minutes per speaker on items that are not on the agenda. Do we have anyone in the chambers for public expression? Anybody on the Zoom call?
I do not see any raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Next is the mayor's report for August. Last month, the town published FAQs about the closure of the fire station and the rebuilding of the Ross Civic Center, reflecting input from our emergency services providers, Marin County Fire Chief and Ross Valley Paramedic Authority Executive Officer Jason Weber, Ross Valley Fire Chief Dan Mahoney, and Marin Wildfire Executive Officer Mark Brown. I encourage you to review the FAQs for detailed information about these nuanced and complicated issues. Emergency services in Ross continue to be top-notch, provided by the Ross Valley Fire Department, the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority, with its ambulance staying in Ross, and the Ross Police Department. I am thrilled that the organic farm stand has returned to town on Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. on the Ross Common at the corner of Lagunitas Road. Produce, eggs, baked goods, meat, and seafood are available from local and regional organic farmers, ranchers, and artisan producers. The organic farm stand will continue in Ross through October. Last week, I attended Marin Wildfire's public meeting in Point Reyes Station on its draft Marin County Forest Health and Fire Resilience Public Works Plan. This is a 10-year planning framework streamlining projects to make Marin's coastal zones safer from wildfires like the 1995 Mount Vision and 2020 Woodward fires. It covers more than 44,000 acres from Muir Beach to Dillon Beach. The Marin Wildfire Board will likely consider the plan at our September meeting. I hope to see you at the town dinner Friday, September 5th from 5 to 8 at the lovely Marin Art and Garden Center. Please sign up in advance. Then the next day, I strongly encourage you to participate in the evacuation drill for Ross residents, organized by the Ross Valley Fire Department and Marin County's Office of Emergency Management. Grab your go bag, evacuate your family, drive to the Marin County Fairgrounds, and check in at Ember Stomp on Saturday, September 6th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Ember Stomp is a free annual wildfire prevention festival where Marin Wildfire, Fire Safe Marin, and many other organizations and providers will help residents prepare for wildfire. There will be demonstrations including burns every half an hour, along with displays of non-combustible fencing, gates, decks, home hardening, and more. Firefighters will be on hand, along with a timeline showing fires in Marin County. Fun and educational family entertainment will include goats, skits, children's art projects, face painting, and a fire obstacle course. Please stop by the Marin Master Gardener's booth to learn more about Fire Smart Landscaping, where I will be staffing the mulch display. Finally, it's hard to believe the end of summer is just around the corner with school starting next week. Please drive carefully and slowly in town and watch out for returning students. Next, council, committee, and liaison reports. Terry.
Some highlights from the Transportation Authority of Marin that I sit on for the town of Ross. They met on July 24th. For those of you who have been wondering about the Marin-Sonoma narrowing project on Highway 101, that 52-mile stretch that's been in process for many years, it should be completed by the end of August, early September, fingers crossed. That high occupancy vehicle, the HOV lane, will be as follows in both directions at that time: 5 to 10 a.m. in the morning, which is different than what we have now here in the Marin section, and 3 to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. October is commute to work month using public transportation, a bike, train, or walk. Consider trying this during October for those of you who commute to work. The federal EV tax credit, unfortunately, September 30th is over. The Transportation Authority of Marin staff are coordinating with transit service providers to grow ridership and improve effectiveness of public transit services offered on Highway 101. This is a collaborative project among 9 transit and funded agencies to create more connected transit, to create more connected transit networks. The Marin-Sonoma Coordinated Transit Service Plan is called Mascots. Stay tuned for increased frequency and the span of the SMART train. And there's going to be some discounted Golden Gate transit routes north of San Rafael to improve and simplify services. So stay tuned. There's one other thing that's not TAM, and that's yesterday I represented the town of Ross on a tour of the PG&E Hazard Awareness Warning Center and Wildfire Risk Command Center in San Ramon, California. Council members from other Marin cities and towns also attended. The technology to detect and communicate fires and other hazards affecting the power and gas grid in the area for PG&E is really impressive. Artificial intelligence is also new and a valuable tool in detecting fires. If you ever get a chance to visit that facility in San Ramon, and they offer many tours to help promote transparency and awareness, go. It's totally fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Next is the staff and community reports. Town Manager Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Good evening. First, I'd like to thank the council for your support of and approving of our kind of modest improvement project here in the council chambers. It was primarily funded by a grant with some additional funds from the town, but I just wanted to point out here, we have new tables, we have our Public Works Department arranged for the floors to be sanded, and we removed the very nice looking but somewhat uncomfortable wooden chairs. So everybody here, I hope, is enjoying the padding on their chairs here. So just thanks to the council for your support, and thanks to, it was a real team effort by all our town departments, including the clerk's office, to put it all together. So thanks for that. Just a couple more details about the Ross Town Dinner, which will be held on Friday, September 5th at the Marin Art and Garden Center. It is reimagined. And so first and foremost, it's now free. No one needs to pay anymore, but we would like you to please register in advance at rossrecreation.org, or you may call 415-453-6020. There are going to be long community tables under the lights. There will be upbeat jazz vibes to set the mood. There will be a full bar and tasty on-site food options for purchase, although you may still certainly bring your own food, but you may also purchase there. There will be lawn games, spaces to chill, chat, and connect. And there is going to be a super fun yet silent disco in the garden that is hosted by Joy Lab. So spots are free, but they are limited, and we please do register in advance. So excited about that. Also with Ross Recreation, registration is open for their first fall session, which runs August 19th to October 17th. Lots of great continuing existing popular programs, and then new options too for families. Let's see, the mayor already hit on Ember Stomp and the evacuation drill. Another opportunity for wildfire education will be held on Monday, September 28th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. in the Livermore Pavilion at Magic. The event is titled Zone Zero, Science, Resources, and Inspiration. The preliminary program has several guest speakers that will discuss and answer questions about the benefits of defensible space around our homes. In addition to the speakers, there will also be representatives from Ross Valley Fire Department, the Ross Police Department, Town of Ross, Age Friendly Ross, and Fire Safe Marin. There will be wine, refreshments, and food. Please RSVP at barberwinship@gmail.com.
Krista, can we just
yes.
correct that the date is this September 29th? Not the
Did I
28th,
say September 8th? I'm so sorry.
29th. Thank you.
Monday, September 29th. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Okay. The completion of the Shady Lane pathway and installation of bicycle sharrows is scheduled for later this year. More information will be provided as the project schedule is finalized. The town is currently working through a 5-year cycle visit with FEMA's flood risk management consultants to ensure that the town's public outreach programs, our permit reviews, inspections, and the municipal code meet the requirements of the National Flood Insurance Program. This 5-year cycle refers to the frequency of an intensified annual verification process where the Community Rating System, or CRS, specialists review a community's floodplain management activities to ensure that we are still meeting their requirements for their current rating system class. Police Chief Potter reports that since the QR codes were put on Ross patrol cars, I hope you've all seen them driving around. They were put on the back of the patrol cars at the end of April. 30 people have scanned the code to sign up for Alert Marin, which was the goal. The Ross Police Department is the first agency to do this in Marin County, and we hope it continues to be successful. You may have noticed that the new radar trailer is being deployed throughout town. To get a good assessment of traffic speed, the police department will be deploying the trailer 5 days in a row on streets, as long as it has space to actually park the trailer. The trailer can record the number of trips that go past the unit and record speed. And this is going to be a good tool to give police officers and the community real numbers as we continue our efforts to slow traffic and provide a safer roadway for all. And finally, Ross PD is ready for the new school year. A joint agency walkthrough of Branson and the Ross School was conducted. This is done each year to familiarize officers who may have to respond to those campuses. And so this year, the Marin Sheriff Department, the College of Marin Police Department, and the Fairfax Police Department participated in that walk through those campuses. So that's it. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to report.
Thank you, Krista. Next, we have the Ross Property Owners Association, Marcia.
Mayor McMillan, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, is it not on?
Hello? Yeah, Mayor McMillan, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Marcia Scull. I'm here to report on behalf of Ross Property Owners Association. Just a brief update. We will be sending out a postcard about the hands-on emergency first aid training that will be happening on Saturday, September 27th on the Ross Common. It'll be between 10 and 2. Drop in for 30 minutes, get some training. We hope to see a bunch of people there. Number 2, our hanging baskets are flowering and looking lovely. 3, we discussed at our meeting on Monday about how the Ross Common grass isn't looking so great, how the field isn't looking so wonderful. So we're hoping that something is in the works to make the field look better, and we are, of course, have agreed to contribute to any reseeding and any rejuvenation efforts. There was some discussion about, speaking of the field, there was some discussion about supplying dog poop bags. And I know many years ago there was an effort about trying to supply dog poop bags and then enforcing them. Like, I believe it was a conversation about a $500 fine. I wonder if that's anywhere on your books. It was when Tom Burns was the manager, on the council too. So anyway, we would love to see some efforts around that, and we're happy to supply the bags and the containers. And then the upcoming events, we have Live on the Common coming September 12th, we'll have a bluegrass band, should be great. And then October 10th will be our next event, and more on that to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Next, we have the consent agenda. There are 6 items on the consent agenda. Does any council member wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? Matt?
I'd like to pull E and F.
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to pull C.
Okay. Does any member of the public wish to pull any other item on the consent agenda? Anybody on Zoom? Cindy, does anyone on Zoom wish to pull an item on the consent other than C, E, and F, which are already pulled?
There are no raised hands online, Mayor.
All right, so could we please have a motion to approve the consent agenda items A, B, and D?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll, please, Cindy.
Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Robbins?
Aye.
Thank you. The vote of 5, the motion passes.
Thank you. So let's take these in order. Elizabeth, you pulled item number C.
Well, as I mentioned before, I don't think there's a need to change the time of the Ross election for council members. So I will be voting no on this, but didn't want to vote no on the entire consent agenda.
Got it. Thank you. Any other comments on item number C? Any public comment on item C?
I just was wondering with Councilmember Robbins, if you could just explain again why you're against this. I just thought it'd be helpful to hear your opinion.
Well, this has been our system for decades. It's worked well. And I especially like the idea that the town elects a mayor or a council in the spring. The council chooses a mayor, and the mayor gets to introduce himself or herself in the 4th of July parade. And I've always thought that's been a nice tradition, and I didn't see any reason to overturn that. That's really my main reason.
I'll just point out that all other jurisdictions have their election in November, and that the training in Sacramento for new council members is in January, and all the new members are onboarded to various JPAs and liaison positions in December. So do we need to have public comment on this? Public comment on item number C? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, so could we please have a motion to approve item number C?
I make a motion that we approve item number C.
Second.
Roll, please.
Mayor McMillan?
Yes.
Councilmember Dowling?
Yes.
Councilmember Kircher?
Yes.
Councilmember Salter?
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins?
No.
With a vote 4-1, the motion passes.
Thank you. I guess I should say item letter E instead of number. Matt, you pulled that.
Yes. So I was wondering if our Public Works Director, I thought this item was combined with the Sir Francis Drake project. Is that correct? And has this changed?
That's correct, Councilmember Salter. When we presented this at the prior council meeting, it was combined with Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. And we got a formal bid protest, so we withdrew the bid. But we re-advertised the project with just Morrison Road because we don't have the time to do the Sir Francis Drake Boulevard project now that school has started. We had a very tight window in July to get this Sir Francis Drake done. Now, if we were awarding it tonight, the week or the less than a week before school starts, it wouldn't be a very good situation. So we are planning to rebid Sir Francis Drake in the late spring so that we can start it right as school in 2026 gets out. So we'll get that done next summer, hopefully within this fiscal year in June.
Okay, so Sir Francis Drake's postponed,
It's
and we're going to do
postponed.
Morrison separately. And then I know there was an issue with the bids, and we only got one. Was it better this time around for just the Morrison Road project?
Well, comparing apples and apples, the previous was, we had 2 projects, and now we only have 1. And we got 7 bids, so very competitive market out there, and we came in again below the engineer's estimate, so that's always good.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it was in the staff report. I'm remembering now.
Yeah,
Okay, great, thank you.
you're welcome.
Any other council comments on item E? Any public comment on item E?
No raised hands online, Mayor.
Thank you. Could we have a motion, please?
Move to approve item E.
E.
E. I thought I said E.
I thought you said A.
I'll second E.
Thank you. Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Robbins?
Aye.
With a vote of 5-0, the motion carries.
Thank you. Now turning to item F, Matt.
Yes, so I just pulled this because, for 2 reasons. One, I was just hoping Town Manager Johnson, we've hired officially the investment advisor, correct? So just, I was wondering if there's any brief update on when you anticipate, and we obviously are hopefully going to have a treasurer approved today. So I'm wondering what just the thoughts are on, moving forward that, with the investment advisor.
Certainly, Councilmember Salton, thank you for the question. The investment advisor firm that the council authorized me to work with has, the accounts have been set up, and we had to have a custodial bank account set up with US Bank, so those accounts have now been set up. And we've worked internally on coming up with a recommendation to how much funding we can divert to that and still maintain our liquidity, et cetera, et cetera. And so my plan is, assuming the council appoints our new trustee treasurer tonight, then I will be sending him that information. I'd like him to take a look at that, our analysis, to make sure that it's what we're thinking of. The certain amount of money is going to be a good idea, if he agrees with that. And then we'll move forward and start investing.
Okay, great. I just wanted also for everyone to be aware, it looks like the Federal Reserve is looking to start cutting interest rates finally in September. There's a very, very high likelihood that that happens. And so the LAIF and all of our vehicles that are short-term in nature will immediately, that cut will hit those accounts. So I'm glad that the accounts are open and you're doing this, but as the Fed goes through a cycle of cutting rates, and we don't know, nobody has a crystal ball, we will lose that interest on the short-term deposits. So I think our timing is good that we're having these discussions. It's just something to think about, that we've been getting very healthy income that's helped us have budget surpluses for the past year and a half. So it's just something to be very thoughtful about as we have this excess liquidity and invest it so we can continue to get good yields. Thank you.
Anybody else on item F? Any public comment on item F? Oh, yes, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Just to let the town know that the value of a basis point on $1 million over a year is $100. So if the town of Ross has $1 million with an investment advisor and you drop 25 basis points, I guess that's $2,500 that you've lost. So it's not a dramatic, impactful loss of income.
Anybody else? Anyone on Zoom?
No raised hands on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, can we have a motion to approve F?
I make a motion to approve F.
Second.
Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Councilmember, did I hear that? Could you repeat?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Robbins?
Aye.
With a vote of 5, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are turning to a public hearing on Planning Project Part 1. This is on the 30 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard Master Sign Program and Town Council consideration of adoption of Resolution Number 2533, approving the project subject to conditions. Alex?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. This evening, the applicant is requesting approval from the town council for a master sign program at the Marin Art and Garden Center. The proposed program includes a coordinated system of signage throughout the site, including primary identification signs, directional signs, and wayfinding signs. The signs include a main entrance sign and an entrance information sign located along Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, an entrance and exit sign on Laurel Grove Avenue, as well as a service vehicle sign which will be mounted to an existing brick column. All signage will follow a color palette of yellow, white, and green. And the main entrance sign is to be 8 feet tall, and that's the tallest sign on the lot. All other signs would be around roughly 5 feet 8 inches tall. The master sign also includes an interior entrance banners, event banners, wayfinding signage, and site maps to guide visitors throughout the garden grounds. Staff requests that the Town Council adopts Resolution 2533 approving the master sign program. Thank you.
So I have a question, and then we'll open it up to other questions that council members may have. Is there any other sign in town that is 8 feet tall?
So we do currently have 3 signs. There's one sign, the church sign, St. Johnson's sign is, I believe, 6 feet. I can provide that, those pictures. Give me 1 second.
And then also on the master sign program provided by the applicant, there are some pole signs. So the town hall directional sign, that's about 8 feet, but it's not a monument sign, it's on a pole. And then I believe St. John's is also.
Isn't the current sign higher than 8 feet? The current, it's not like a tower of 8 feet, but I think it's higher than 8 feet as it is right now. The sign, as you drive down Sir Francis Drake, that was erected, a couple of years ago with that sort of ceremony to unveil it. I think it's a different style, and it doesn't start at ground height. I think it goes higher than 8 feet.
Do we know how high the existing sign is?
The applicant could probably
I don't know.
provide that information.
Any other questions from council members about the signs? Does the applicant wish to make a statement? Jessica?
Thank you. I'm Jessica Fairchild. I'm the architect for the Art and Garden Center. The sign program was actually put together by Studio Scott, who's the graphic designer, but I'm here representing them. Just in terms, I don't have a full presentation because I think everything is in the information you got. But just to address that height question, the existing sign is about 12 feet high, maybe even a little higher, and at least 12 feet long. So we're actually reducing the size of the sign.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any public comment on the sign program? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council then. Any further discussion or comments? No? Okay, we have a motion then, please?
I move we approve Resolution 2533.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Robbins?
Aye.
Thank you. With a vote of 5, the motion passes.
We are moving to the administrative agenda now. Item number 10 is to approve our new town treasurer. The Finance Committee Subcommittee recommends that the Town Council adopt Resolution number 2535, confirming the appointment of Jeffrey Kuhn to the position of treasurer for the town of Ross. I did want to say that we had 4 excellent applicants for this position, And Councilmember Salter and I interviewed some of them and agreed that Mr. Kuhn is the best candidate. But I wanted to thank all of the applicants who spent time with us and who spent time on their application. So I just wanted to read a little bit about Mr. Kuhn. A fifth-generation Californian, Jeff Kuhn grew up in San Francisco and attended UC Davis, where he earned a bachelor's degree in economics and met his future wife, Carol. His career began in 1975 at Kidder Peabody, initially as a stockbroker, but he soon transitioned to the investment banking unit in San Francisco and in New York, where he ultimately co-headed Kidder's private equity desk. In 1987, he moved back to San Francisco to join Kidder's technology investment banking group. At Kidder, he gained wide experience, including IPOs, project finance, leasing, mergers and acquisitions, private placement of debt and equity, and recapitalizations. Shortly after returning to San Francisco, he left Kidder and began his career as a CFO for a series of technology companies in Silicon Valley. In 2004, he and several other CFOs formed FLG Partners, a firm designed to provide CFO leadership, consulting, and financial expertise to technology and life science companies in Silicon Valley and beyond. As FLG's managing partner, Jeff led FLG to be regarded as the preeminent such firm nationwide, having served nearly 1,000 clients at the time of his retirement in early 2022. That summer, Jeff began a year's service as a member of the 2022-23 Marin County Civil Grand Jury. Jeff and Carol have lived in Ross since 1987. Both of their now adult children are alumni of the Ross School and Redwood High School. Carol was actively involved in the Ross Recreation Auxiliary and the Ross School PTA and the Ross Garden Club. And Jeff is a former treasurer of the Ross School Foundation. So we want to welcome Jeff. I suppose we need public comment on this, Ben? Is there any public comment on this item? Any council comment? All right.
There are no raised hands online, Mayor.
Okay, great. So could we please have a motion?
So I move we appoint Jeff Kuhn to the position of Town Treasurer. Thank you. Oh, and adopt Resolution 2535.
Second.
Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Robbins?
Aye.
With a vote of 5, the motion passes.
Great. Now we are swearing in our new treasurer. So please step forward.
Ready?
Yep.
All right. I, Jeffrey Kuhn,
I, Jeffrey Kuhn,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which
discharge the duties upon which
I am about to enter.
I am about to enter.
Thank you.
I should have done that.
Oh, you brought your own pen.
Oh, always have a pen.
Thank you for stepping up, Jeff. We're all looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
One more, get my face on. Yeah.
Did you want to hold your certificate?
Oh,
This is going, and it's just a wide publication.
my children want a picture, so
Yes, thank you.
Great.
thank you.
Item number 11, Town Council consideration to introduce for the first reading an ordinance prohibiting Class II e-bike riders under the age of 16 and requiring every Class II rider to wear a helmet as set forth in the 2025 State of California Assembly Bill 1778. Chief Pada.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, town manager. I'd like to introduce to you Talia Smith. She's an interim county executive with the County of Marin, and she's going to be our expert on this e-bike ordinance that we are presenting to you tonight for consideration. So as I think we all know that Ross has a long history of pedestrian and bicycle use on our public roadways. In the last few years, Ross and many towns across this state for certain have experienced an increase of electrically assisted and propelled vehicles. Some appear to be bicycles, but really are closer in design and function to motorcycles than they are conventional bicycles. There are three classifications for these e-bikes. I've included them in the staff report that I've submitted to you. So back in 2022, the Ross Police Department recognized that these micro-mobility devices and these electric vehicles that look like bicycles were becoming a problem in town. So what we did is we partnered up with, well, first of all, we sent letters to family members advising against it. When you look on the internet, you'll see that most of these bike manufacturers recommend no one under the age of 16 ride some of these classified bikes, specifically the Class II bikes. So we started off by a letter campaign, and then what we did was we didn't seem to get a lot of traction with the letters. So what we did was we decided to collaborate with the Ross School, seeing that a lot of the customers of these bikes are going to our local schools. Ross School is a great partner for us. They sent notices home to their parents of these of the riders. We started a couple different campaigns just to try to think out of the box a little bit. First thing we did was we collaborated with some of the students and created a video for the kids about the safety and how unsafe these e-bikes are and some of the scooters. And as a result, they showed it to all the kids as part of their homeroom class. So, and they got to hang out with the police department for a day, which was kind of good for them, good for us. That was in 2023. In 2024, we started the Ride Safe in Ross program, which was, again, trying to call attention to safety in using not just these bikes or these vehicles, but traditional bikes as well, trying to make our town just a little more safer. We had some pretty good success with those first two campaigns, and then the final one really was to work with the Ross School to make it so that the bikes just can't come on campus. It just didn't really make sense. None of the kids that go to Ross School are 16 or above. So for us, it seemed like a no-brainer, and the Ross School was great, and they collaborated with us, and they basically banned e-bikes from coming onto their campus. That had a huge effect. Not a total 100% effect, because we found out some kids were riding them and ditching them at other people's homes, but by and far, it really reduced the numbers for us. So since then, our officers, we've been involved in education and trying to work with parents. We've so far this month, we've sent 2 electric bikes home. We've allowed parents to come and pick them up, provided them some street side education about what they're about. They've been very cooperative. We've also stopped about 25 bikes since the beginning of the year, just trying to get everyone's attention that that they're not safe. And that's kind of what we've done up to this part. And then came along Talia, and she has created this, she's a big part of this new Assembly Bill 1778, and has been really doing a great amount of work trying to get us all on the same page with this. And so that's really what tonight's ordinance is about, and I'll let Talia speak to some of her efforts.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for that introduction. And while I would love to take all the credit for this, it is certainly not to me, and there's many really passionate members of our community as well as electeds that have been really passionate about this issue, and that actually resulted in a state bill last year that has brought us to our efforts here today in Marin and what we've been able to do to keep especially our youngest riders safe in Marin. Again, my name is Talia Smith, Legislative Affairs at the County of Marin, and I have a short presentation for you all. And you may have seen some of this at MCCMC, but we're just going to kind of reiterate where we began and where we are today and how that ties to the ordinance before you for consideration. So I just want to start with a little bit of background. How did we get here? So as we all know, Marin is a celebrator of our active transportation network. Our bicyclists, our enthusiasts, Safe Routes to School actually started here in Marin County. It's become a national model. So to be clear, none of this is anti-bike, anti-active transportation. So I wanted to just note that really what we saw and what brought to this issue was between 2019 and 2022, Marin 911 calls saw a 110% increase in bike accidents that involved under 16-year-olds, so actually the 10 to 15-year-old age group. And at the time, we were not tracking whether bike accident meant conventional bicycle or e-bike. All we knew was these were 911 calls that related to bikes. So in 2023, Dr. Matt Willis, the public health officer at the time, worked with all of our paramedics to actually start tracking this metric. We're very proud because Marin has been one of the earliest areas to actually track this on a countywide basis. And what we have seen consistently since 2023 is that for conventional bikes, the 10 to 15-year-old age group has a slightly higher accident rate than any other age group. It's about 1.5 times as much. But when it comes to e-bikes, it's 5 times as high. And so what that tells us is that e-bikes do actually pose a significant higher safety risk for the youngest riders than conventional bikes do. And I also want to note that this also came to, when I say us, I mean the royal us, so, electeds, officials, city officials, actually from some of our emergency room and trauma surgeons in Marin County, because there were several very serious accidents involving really young riders ending up in the emergency room with very serious accidents, much more serious than you might see in a regular bicycle accident, and much more akin to a motor vehicle accident. So this graph just illustrates what I just said. What you see here is you're going to compare the blue bars, where you do have a slightly higher accident rate for the 10 to 15-year-olds, but then you compare the differentiation in the orange bars when you look at that 10 to 15-year-old, the accident rate compared to all of the other age groups. So I just want to note, and as the chief noted, there are 3 types of legal e-bikes in California. Class 1 e-bikes and Class 2 e-bikes have a motor that assists up to 20 miles an hour. That is what is legal in California. That's street legal. The difference is Class 1 e-bikes, you have to be pedaling to have the motor assist. Class 2 e-bikes are e-bikes that can be powered by the throttle alone. Class 3 e-bikes are already restricted for riders 16 and up in California. Those are pedal assist, but they can actually go faster. They go up to 28 miles an hour. And those are required to have a speedometer on it. If you might be wondering to yourself, wait a minute, I've been driving down Sir Francis Drake. I've had an e-bike pass me that's a throttle e-bike, and I know they were going faster than 20 miles an hour. What these definitions are is this is under California traffic code. These are the legal classifications. However, every state regulates e-bikes differently, and you can purchase not legally, but you can purchase e-bikes online, different retailers make aftermarket modifications so that they do go faster than 20 miles an hour. And we have observed that certainly in Marin. So I just want to note some local collaboration, and as the chief noted, there has been some great collaboration with local school. I didn't know if you wanted to add anything to some of these slides.
Sorry? They pretty much speak for themselves. It's really what we had talked about before, working with the students and making a project for them, making them have some ownership in what it is that we are enforcing and what it is that is actually happening. So yeah, it was a good experiment, and I think it worked.
Thank you.
This is the second program. I think we mentioned it to the council. The second program was creating like positive reinforcement for riders that were doing the right thing. And then the next slide, I think, is negative. Oh, no. Well, there was also a negative kind of thing when you bust the rules. It was a way for you to earn your way back into a program that I started that year, which was Pizza with the Police. It turned out to be pretty successful for the kids. And then we started with this program. These are glow-in-the-dark bands that just remind you to ride safely.
Great. So in addition, I mean, there has been some really amazing efforts done with Safe Routes to Schools, with, various local police agencies, with the schools themselves, with the Office of Education. But I want to note also at the county level, just, some advocacy we've been doing. As I noted, there are bicycles that can be purchased online that are not street legal in California. I think that's a confusing concept for some folks of, if I could buy it online, how come, what you're saying it's not street legal? And that's because it might be street legal in another state, or just may not be street legal, period. So we've done advocacy with the Consumer Product Safety Commission, because they actually regulate e-bikes as a consumer product. They're not regulated by the DMV, like motorcycles and vehicles. I'm going to get to AB 1778, which is what we're considering tonight, in just a minute. And I do want to note there was a civil grand jury report last year just specifically around youth under 16 and the dangers that e-bikes specifically have posed to them. We're, as a result of that report, and also in consideration of 1778, we did convene the Special Committee on Youth E-Bike Safety this year, which brought together a wide variety of stakeholders from cities and towns and law enforcement and schools and private bike shops, and more that I'm not even listing, but it was great. We brought together this group, and it was charged with really two things. One was everybody immediately agreed we needed a county-wide public education campaign that would be most effective in Marin, something that really spoke locally to Marin youth, but we could see county-wide. And the other was looking at 1778, considering, again, county-wide adoption. Marin's jurisdictional boundaries are so close together, especially here in Ross. If we are passing any new rules under this bill, we needed to have county-wide consistency so that our messaging could be really consistent to families and to kids. So what is the Assembly bill? So last year we worked with our Assembly member, Damon Connolly, and looked at, well, what can be done, because we know, what can be done because we know that we have this data here that for 10 to 15-year-olds, there is this significantly higher accident rate on e-bikes. I will note that all of our data is available on a data dashboard that Marin HHS maintains. We do not have the data up there yet by e-bike class type, but as I noted earlier, class 3 e-bikes are already restricted under state law for riders over 16. So we're really just looking at class 1 and class 2 e-bikes. And what we have seen is these class 2 e-bikes that have the throttles, these aftermarket modifications made to go much faster than the 20 miles per hour that's allowed. And also when it comes to, skill level in riding the e-bike, because there is a throttle and it doesn't involve pedaling, there is, a balance and a skill set that may be a mismatch, especially for a young rider that might not be fully comfortable on a conventional bike first, or even a pedal assist e-bike, to then get on a throttle e-bike, which again functions much more like an electric motorcycle. So we introduced this bill, and what did that bill do? It allowed Marin jurisdictions, so it was an opt-in bill, but it would allow Marin jurisdictions to pass local ordinances that would essentially put the same age restriction on throttle e-bikes that were already on class 3 e-bikes. So again, this was an opt-in bill, so this bill passing last year did nothing by itself. Now the action happens here at the local level when local councils consider whether they're going to pass a local ordinance to do this. And the reason that we even needed a state bill to begin with, you might ask, why can we not do this without a state bill? It's because things like class ages of bikes on streets and highways is regulated at the state level. So I already noted just the variety of folks that we had in discussions in the fall coming together around this. And I just want to highlight the public education campaign that we launched countywide this spring, this e-bikers club. We launched it just 2 weeks before the school got out, and we're now kind of ramping up our second level of pushing our materials out as school is going back into session. But really the purpose of this campaign was really safety education, but also to appeal to youth in a way. And also let them know that there's new rules in Marin. And so Marin is again going to be actually the first county statewide to adopt these new rules. This is a little bit more about that campaign. And as I already noted, it was launched in late May. Here's just some examples of the art. This was a very exciting and kind of creative and not typical government campaign. We actually didn't want folks to see this and immediately think this is a government public safety messaging. We want kids to see this and actually not even know it came from government. Be a little surprised when they see the TAM logo at the bottom. Actually, most of them probably don't know what the TAM logo means, which is even better. So we were really excited about this campaign. We actually brought Marin County teens in to help with the designs, and they were actually on the request for proposals panel and selecting the firms. And I think the result of it was a really kind of catchy, we have very Marin themes in all of the posters. They're all printable. If you go to e-bikersclub.com, all of the materials are there. And the schools have been great partners in getting that materials out. And as you can note at the bottom of the poster, what it says in all caps, there are new e-bike rules in Marin. So this is how we're letting people know about this. This is a timeline of where we have been the last year. I do just want to note, I want to highlight that last year, there were only 2 counties that were given special bills to do additional regulations on e-bikes, even though I think we are seeing this as an emerging issue around the state. I want to note that, Marin is a little bit of the canary in the coal mine of kids got these bikes, I think, a little bit earlier, and we started seeing these accident rates earlier, but more communities are looking at the legislature to do some statewide action, which we probably expect to see in the next few years. And I think we're fortunate here in Marin to have the opportunity to actually do this sooner, not have to wait on the state. But I will note that last year there were only 2 counties that were given these opt-in bill options. It was Marin and San Diego. And I think we should be very proud in Marin that, even it's August, it's less than a year since the bill was signed, and we're actually looking at possible in every single jurisdiction adoption of these new rules. And San Diego is still discussing them. So I think it's showing kind of the speed at which government can respond to an issue. Finally, just want to note, what we're looking at, I would say from a public health perspective, and how do we know that this was successful? I want to highlight this last bullet. How we got here was we saw a very disproportionate accident rate in e-bikes with that 10 to 15-year-old age group compared to other age groups. So I think first and foremost, we're going to look at, is that accident rate going to go down? Are a lot of those accidents involving throttle e-bikes? Our public health folks that have started working with our EMS responders to try to track that. They don't have complete data yet, so it's not published, but they are seeing that the vast majority of those 911 accidents involving that do involve the throttle e-bikes. So if under 16-year-olds have fewer and fewer of those, if folks are following the new laws, we are hoping that accident rate goes down. And then also just the messaging of the public safety campaign, our folks understanding not just the new rules, but that e-bikes, especially for young riders, should only be for young riders who are very competent and skilled on a regular bicycle first. E-bikes need more regular maintenance. Brakes need to be replaced more often. And there's other safety considerations. So with that, I'm going to end my presentation and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Talia and Chief Pata. Questions from council? No? All right. Public comment? Bob Middlestadt?
Thank you, Mayor. Bob Middlestead. I am one of the passionate people who has been behind this and supporting it. And we've got a group, a nonprofit in Marin, E-Bike Access. And I want to just spend a minute and tell you how we got into this and why we support this ordinance and all the work that Talia and the chief have done. Our main mission was to get the water district to approve old guys like me riding legitimate, legal e-bikes up on TAM. What we found was we got pushback from community people who said, if we allow you guys up there, the next thing you know, we're going to have kids on these e-bikes. We researched it, found out these e-bikes are not e-bikes, they're e-motorcycles. Those pictures there are not e-bikes. Those are throttle e-motorcycles because it's not an aftermarket modification that allows them to go over 20. It's an application that Super 73, the manufacturer, provides to kids. You push one button and you can go 35. Those are illegal. We've been on a campaign for the last 2 years to get them off the streets. AB 1778 comes along and it's brilliant because what it allows is for the police and the schools to say, if it's a throttle bike and it has a Class 2 label on it, you got to be 16. No longer do the schools or the police have to worry about, well, is it legal? Does it go over 20 or not? If it's a throttle and it's got a Class 2 label, you got to be 16. If it's got a throttle and it doesn't have a Class 2 label, it's automatically a motorcycle and you got to be licensed. So it's a brilliant law and it's very timely. It's timely because, to quote the San Francisco Chronicle yesterday, the accident, the collision, the fatality in Burlingame, it was caused by an 11-year-old riding a Class 2 throttle with a passenger on the back, runs into a 19-year-old driver pulling out of a parking lot. The driver panics, goes up on the sidewalk, runs over a 6-year-old and kills a 4-year-old. That is not going to happen only in Burlingame. We all have stories of close encounters, or we know people who have stories of close encounters. So it's going to happen. It's going to happen in Marin. And what we need is for an ordinance like this to be passed and for it to be enforced.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor McMillan and Town Council members. My name is John Ma. I'm a governor of the American College of Surgeons. I was the 2018 president of the San Francisco Marin Medical Society. These are two organizations that championed AB 1778 with Damon Connolly in Sacramento and at the Marin Civic Center with President Mary Sackett. I applaud the council for holding this hearing. We look forward to uniting the intent of this legislation across Marin County. I spoke here last year about the grand jury report, which really was the inspiration for 1778. I really want to commend Miss Amelia Stafford, a San Rafael student who went public with her story of a very serious injury that has catalyzed national action. I'm really pleased to report that the American College of Surgeons, the American Academy of Neurological Surgeons, the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons have all issued national and global e-bike safety statements in recognition of her injury. The grand jury report was correct. Unfortunately, we're witnessing across this nation an epidemic of e-bike injuries. I believe I recently scanned on the media, there are approximately 10 tragic deaths in the state of California in 2025 involving e-bikes, all of which result in local action in that community. The story, gratefully, thanks to Talia and all of the efforts in the community, has been different here in Marin. The power of education and awareness, we've seen proactive changes and a reduction in the severity of injuries at our trauma center here. Mr. Middlestead commented on the really tragic accident in Burlingame. These types of accidents are the grave concern, but we look forward, the organizations would urge you to adopt this ordinance, and we will very shortly have Marin County continue to be the leader in the nation in the topic of electric bike safety. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Here's taller. Hi, I'm Doug Ryan, a town resident. I am generally against government intervention or whatever you call it, but in this case, when parents choose to abdicate their responsibility and allow their children to do things that are patently unsafe, I do approve of the government's stepping in and righting the ship. So I think, to me, it's a really good idea. I'd like to thank the chief for enforcing it, because I know around here you probably get a bunch of shit from a bunch of people about their kids can do this and their kids can do that, and life isn't that way. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online? Cindy, anyone online?
Yes, Mayor, one moment. Mr. Freeman?
Hello, this is Jonathan Freeman. I have been working with Bob Medelstadt on this project for a couple of years, and very closely. And it's the two things that I wanted to say. First, I was quite moved by Bob's hesitation in the middle of his speech to you, because it's that kind of passion which has driven us, and that kind of concern, that kind of worry that the Burlingame incident would happen here, and I'm so afraid that it will. So I'm glad you guys are definitely going to be passing this. I've spoken with Ralph Potta and Talia Smith and a few others on this, and I think there's one thing that I would urge that you do is that the information, the correct information, be presented to the law enforcement officers, so that they know and feel safe, so to speak, and good about stopping these kids on e-bikes, because it's for their safety, it's for their lives. And the pushback from their parents really ought not matter. We're talking about having kids survive us. That's really what parenthood and largely is about, and want them to survive us. So we really want to have the good information going out there so that they can be prevented from breaking the law, and even worse, as Bob and someone, everybody else is concerned about, getting hurt or even being killed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Cindy?
No other raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, so we'll bring it back for further discussion, or we need to have a vote on this. So any further discussion?
Well, I'd just like to thank Mr. Middlestat and everyone who's worked on this to get it this far. It's really, it's necessary and it's time, so thank you so much. Are we voting, though, or is we just?
Yeah, we are. Okay. Matt, go ahead.
I think this is obviously a no-brainer, and we're all supportive. But the only thing I'm worried about is the enforcement. I know we pass a lot of ordinances, but it always comes down to actually enforcing it. And I see the e-bikes everywhere. And so I hope there'll be, and I actually would push this towards the county, as much coordination among law enforcement agencies within the county, because we're a small town and we have a small police force, is how to work together to do operations to actually make this effective, because otherwise it's just lip service. And you can go and get every town to do this, but if we're not enforcing it, then it's meaningless. So we really have to work, just like I see the town working really hard on speed traps right now. We have to have the same sort of, coordinated effort to stop the e-bikes. That's the only way it's going to work. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members? Bill?
I agree with Matt. I think Chief Potta's doing a great job. I'm a road biker, and I do think occasional, let's call it a traffic stop on bike paths, do work. I know that they've been deployed in Fairfax. You go around a corner and there's an officer writing tickets if you go through a stop sign. I mean, I don't know if that's happening currently, but I know it's happened in the past. And you see a lot more people stopping at that very dangerous stop sign. So I hope we can take measures in the future that are effective but also practical, given that we are talking about children of people who live here in the town.
Terry?
I was going to say, I totally agree with both of you. And I think that, I think we just can't depend upon our police force. I think we have to depend upon our parents. We have to depend upon adults in this town. We have to depend upon the youth in the school to actually make this work. So it's going to take all of us.
One last thing. The other thing is, children often don't have identification that shows their age. So that's something else to consider when, this will pass, but it's the implementation. How are you going to know if a child is 16, 17, 15? So there's just some thoughts on how to really make this work. But of course, I think everyone's very supportive of this effort.
And I too want to thank Chief Pata and Talia for all the work that you've done, and also Bob Middlestat and your committee. It's been a long time coming. So I think with that, we could have a motion.
It says it's a first reading. Are we just approving the ordinance? It doesn't have a number.
Motion to introduce for first reading an ordinance.
Thank you.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
Councilmember Dowling?
Aye.
Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Salter?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Robbins?
Aye.
With a vote of 5, the motion passes.
Thank you. Next is item number 12, Town Council to receive a presentation by the Marin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. I think I'll start over. Number 12, Town Council to receive a presentation by the Marin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the district, staff regarding the district's submittal of a conditional letter of map revision, or a CLOMR, application for the San Anselmo Flood Risk Reduction SAFER project to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. I just want to, before you start, Rich, I just want to remind the council that, where did Mr. Salter go? Okay, well, let's wait then.
No problem.
Okay, as I was saying, we're considering item number 12. Before, Rich, you start, I just want to remind the council that this is a no-action item, that this project is the district's project. Our role here tonight is to receive a presentation and ask questions and express any concerns that we may have, but we are not providing direction to the district staff. Go ahead, Rich. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'm sorry,
Mayor.
I have a question, Mayor, before you start. We're not, are we going to have to vote on the CLOMR?
No.
I'm just wondering, ever?
No, not right now.
I understand not right now. I'm asking what the process is.
You can ask that after the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Rich Simonich, Public Works Director. Tonight's item, as the mayor just said, is to receive an update from Marin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District on the Building Bridge 2 project being proposed in San Anselmo, and provide an overview of the district's conditional letter of map revision application that was submitted on July 30th, 2025. And again, yes, there is no action being requested of the town council tonight. It's just to receive this presentation. So the Building Bridge 2 conditional letter of map revision is being reviewed by FEMA to evaluate compliance with Chapter 44 of the Code of Federal Regulations and other regulatory requirements associated with construction in a regulatory floodway. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to the county staff. Chris, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rich. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Chris Blanc. I'm the Interim Public Works Director for the County of Marin. And I wanted to thank you very much for having us here this evening to be able to share the information about the project, the recent application that we sent to FEMA for their review of the project. And I'm here with Judd Goodman, who's a senior civil engineer with our Water Resources and Flood Control District. He'll be providing the presentation. We have a lot of detail in the presentation. But before we get started, I want to acknowledge that this is a project with a lot of history. It's a very complex project. It's a very technically challenging project. And the district, for quite some time, has not done a great job of communicating with residents and with the local communities that are potentially impacted if the project moves forward. So I want to share my appreciation for your patience with the district. We can and will do better with our communications. That's a part of why we're here tonight. We'll be meeting with the Flood Zone 9 Advisory Board in the coming weeks. And we'll also be meeting with the town of San Anselmo for a similar presentation to explain to their community. And then we intend to reach out and meet one-on-one with residents who are individually potentially impacted by the project if it proceeds. I want to acknowledge that while the project overall, we anticipate a fairly significant public benefit in terms of flood risk reduction within the Ross Valley, that the project as modeled does show that there are properties individually that may be impacted by the project in terms of having some base flood elevation rise in flood levels. And that I do know that our property owners, that many of them, their homes are their greatest asset. And so this is very, very important information to them. And it is very important that the district shares the information with them clearly and in a way that's transparent. And that is our objective tonight, get started that direction. So I want to just thank you all for your patience, recognize the frustration and concern within the community, and also that we're well aware that the trust has been significantly eroded from the community and the district. And we are going to try to do our best to earn that back so that we can make the right decisions about what to do with this project in the future. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Judd Goodman, and then at the end of the presentation, we're happy to do our best to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Judd Goodman, Senior Civil Engineer with Marin County Department of Public Works in the Water Resources Division. I help staff the Flood Control District, and I've been the project director for this Building Bridge 2 removal project since January. So it's really great to be here. I'm happy to communicate with you about the project. Today, I'm going to be focusing on the conditional letter of map revision application, what we term the CLOMR, and that was just submitted late July. And yeah, I'm going to go through it. So the purpose today is to summarize the CLOMR application submitted to FEMA and to explain some of the next steps of project development in the process. We're going to really focus on the impact analysis. So while there, as Chris said, there's benefits in the urban floodplain, much of my time is going to be spent on those homes that are downstream of Building Bridge 2 and could have some amount of rise downstream associated with the removal of that obstruction. So the agenda seems to be triggering. Let's see. There we go. We'll go over some project background and then key components of the Clomer application itself, town comment letters, proposed mitigations, and property owner notifications, and then talk about next steps. So what is a Clomer? It's really an opportunity for FEMA to review analysis and potential impacts before a project is implemented, which would modify the floodplain. So I want to be clear, a Clomer is not a permit, it's really a process. And however, the town of San Anselmo will not approve our building permit without it. And we want to do the correct analysis otherwise. This is just a table of contents of the Clomer report. It is on the district website, so for anyone to peruse if they'd like to, and including the models associated with them. We're going to focus on 3 main chapters. There's chapter 2, which addresses the town comment letters and the forms associated with the application, the proposed mitigation in chapter 9, and property owner notifications that went out prior to the submittal. So this is a picture of, on the left is more of a naturalized creek drainage system, and on the right is an urban drainage system. So in nature, flooding is actually a natural creek process and in fact can enhance certain natural resources as part of it. So we're focusing on this riparian corridor here. Flooding becomes more of an issue when people and property, when people and property are situated in flood-prone areas. So in Ross Valley, much historical urban development occurred on floodplains that would not necessarily be permitted to be built today, but past development in the floodplain is a large reason of why we're here today. And this issue is not really unique to Ross Valley. Marin County has 3% of the Bay Area population, but approximately 30% of the Bay Area's flood risk. And so that's an indication that we're really a regional flooding hotspot. And that's based on a FEMA tool, risk index tool. The flood district goal is to really reduce the magnitude, frequency, and duration of flooding that affects people and our property. We don't pretend that we can eliminate it. So we're really trying to reduce the flood risk. We're not able to eliminate it entirely at this point in time. Seems to be a little bit trouble with the advancement. Okay. So I just wanted to bring up some maps of where we are. On the left is a map of Marin County showing the different flood zones in the county. We're in flood zone 9, which is blown up on the right. Flood zone 9 makes up the Ross Valley watershed. It's about 24 square miles in area. And in terms of where we are situated, we have 2 components of the San Anselmo Flood Risk Reduction Project, what we call SAFER project. The first one is the Sunnyside Basin, which is higher up in the watershed, just above Fairfax. And the Building Bridge 2 project, which I'm referring to as BB2, is in downtown San Anselmo. There we go. This is a photo looking upstream within San Anselmo Creek. You can see the brown line is how the creek cross-section looks naturally or more naturally, and then the white filled in is really the building bridge itself and how it it's really a obstruction to flow at high flow events and exacerbates downtown flooding. BB2 also has some structural tracks and heaving of its sidewalls. Back in the 1940s, there was a resolution to remove the structure, and that was shortly after it was built, actually. It was built to be a gas station in the early 1940s, I believe, according to the town of San Anselmo. And there was a resolution to remove the structure because it was a public nuisance because of the flooding it was exacerbating. So this project that I'm discussing today is really to remove BB2. And subsequently, the town of San Anselmo would plan to enhance the reimagined park to create a sense of purpose and place, increase economic vitality, and have a place for family and friends to gather. So this is, I want to talk a little bit about the benefits to homes and businesses. This is side by side for less intense event that still does cause flooding in the area. And most of the benefits occur in these more frequent flood events, so the project would reduce flood inundation by keeping more water in San Anselmo Creek instead of spilling out into the downtown area and affecting homes and businesses. For the 10-year event, there's actually downstream, as I mentioned before, if you remove an obstruction, you get a slight rise in the water surface in the channel downstream. But that does not occur in these relatively more frequent, less intense storm events like the 10-year event, which on average would occur, there's a 10% likelihood that that would occur in any given year versus like a more higher magnitude 100-year event, which I'm going to talk later and that the Clomer is all about. But for in the 25 and 100-year scenarios, there is a slight rise in the creek and a drop in street side water surface for structures, which is really, I'll talk later, really driving some of the flood risk. With this project, it would reduce the Ross Valley, all of Ross Valley, the 10-year flood damage and losses by about 14%, and reduce flood risk for 300 or 400 plus properties. So in terms of the 100-year, this is when the big one comes. This is kind of what we see with the removal. There's a reduction in the FEMA 100-year floodplain. So I'm going to, sometimes that's referred to by FEMA as the base flood. So you'll see that, that terminology used. And then it also reduces the overflow floodway extent. So that's the pathway that much of the water is moving. What this does is it provides more flexibility for flood insurance for certain properties and property use. So we're bringing in the floodplain with the blue arrows closer to the creek, as well as the floodway. Also, this is a slide showing parcels benefiting within the Clomer Reach. We have 23 that are fully removed from the floodplain, 54 partially removed, and 315 within our Clomer Reach that would have a lower base flood elevation. So in the town of Ross, that includes 2 parcels that would be fully removed from the 100-year floodplain, 5 that we partially removed, and 47 with a 100-year water surface decrease as modeled in our Clomer model. So next I'm going to talk a little bit more about the FEMA process. With the Clomer application forms, there's a number of different forms, And I'm going to focus a little bit on the overview and concurrence, but these are just some of the standard forms that are required. The first Form 1, overview and concurrence, is where the community acknowledges the application is complete and meets the floodplain management requirements. There were town comments that were received, and so the district has, to the best of our abilities, addressed all review comments from both the May and June versions of the draft Clomer application that was provided to the towns. And the town's comments will be forwarded, or actually have been forwarded to FEMA within the application. And so just want to let you know that the district's been responding to that. And then also in both the towns requested community presentations, which of course we want to communicate. So that's why we're here. And we also have plans for the advisory board on August 21st and the town of San Anselmo, August 26th. Sorry, my throat's going dry. I got it. Thank you. So the FEMA Clomer requirements, there's a number of them. The one that I'm going to focus on now is number 5. So that's the certification that no structures are impacted by a rise without mitigations. So I'm going to go through the process of the proposed mitigations and how the district evaluated that. I do want to say we have a highly qualified team of consultants and staff specializing in hydraulic modeling, land surveying, structural engineering. So this has been a multidisciplinary effort to evaluate potential impacts. So the evaluation has 3 main steps. First is we're evaluating rise. So we're really identifying which properties experience a modeled rise. And we have 58 different parcels that we've identified that have a modeled rise on them. They're hidden behind the screen is some of the legend, so apologies for that. The second is, so the first rise looks at properties and identifies those properties. Within those properties, we're looking at the structures in step 2. So we're looking at the effect, if any, of that rise on structures. It can be the case where the water in the creek, as modeled, will have a few inches rise, but it may not get to the level where it's even touching the structure. And we have 22 of those in both towns. The third step is mitigation. So that's the appropriate flood mitigation, if any, to alleviate a potential impact to a structure. And so I'll go through each of these 3 steps and how we went about this. And there are 12 different structures recommended for mitigation. I do want to share, this is a zoom in to the town of Ross. Since we're here, we're talking to you. And so we have 20 properties with a BFE rise in the town of Ross, 13 that are affected by the rise, and 11 that are proposed for mitigation. And this is a map of that. I do want to point out that flooding does occur from the overland flow. So water spills out of the creek upstream and then makes its way through the streets as modeled and also as has been experienced. And this overland flow from the street side is the primary mechanism for flooding of these properties that are shown here just downstream of the Winship Bridge. The primary mechanism is not from the channel. The modeled 100-year water surface elevation for the overland flooding would decrease with the BB2 removal. So it's reducing that, the flood damages ideally. Thus, the flood risk would be reduced for this overland flow to the structures. Despite the district is providing flood mitigation, however, and per FEMA guidance, this is based on that 100-year water surface elevation rise in the creek. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the basic facts of the rise in the creek and the rise of the base flood elevations, the 100-year water surface in the creek. So on the left, we have a plan view photo. The creek flow is going from top to bottom, north to south. Most of the water is kept conveyed in the creek, but when it gets high enough, that's approximately a 6-year return period that we're talking about, which is relatively frequent. Roll the dice. If you get a 6, you're flooding every year. So some basic facts. If we're looking at that overflow and the creek and looking at a cross section of the creek, this is looking down in the downstream direction if you're cutting a plane through the creek and looking at it from the side. The rise only occurs during large, rare flood events. So it does not occur in the 10-year event, which is, the less intense but more frequent type event. The flooding is primarily caused by overland flow, as I indicated in the last figure. And the overland flow is, the water surface is actually dropping. So that's important to understand. A rise does not, in and of itself, mean that there's an effect on a structure. So this is, if you look at this home perched up on the left bank, you can see that there is a rise in the creek. That creek may be part of that person's property, but if it's not touching the structure, it does not have an effect. Also, an effect does not automatically translate to a potential impact. If we look at the structure on the right, it's supported within the creek. So part of the structure is being touched by the water, and that water has an increased height on the structure. If the utilities and mechanical equipment is high enough, and if that material of the structure that's being touched by the water is flood-resistant material, then that's not considered an impact per the National Flood Insurance Program requirements. The last bullet point is that if there are potential impacts, those impacts we're proposing to mitigate them. So I'm going to go through the rise step. So based on a one-dimensional FEMA hydraulic model, so that's using in-kind and apples-apples comparison to what is currently on the federal insurance rate maps, the firms, and overlaying that with the parcel map in order to see where the rise occurs and identifying those parcels. So as I mentioned before, there's 58 total with rise and 20 in Ross. This is looking at a longitudinal profile. So if you imagine cutting where the creek is its deepest, all the way along down the creek and looking from the side, that's what a profile view is. So flow is going from right to left. And we're looking at the comparison of the creek base flood elevation or the 100-year water surface elevation existing to post BB2. And just downstream of BB2, what's modeled in the 1D model for the 100-year is approximately 9 inches of rise in that commercial area in downtown San Anselmo. When we get down to Ross and downstream of Winship, the rise is on the order of 1 to 2 inches. And this rise is relative to approximately 15 feet of flow depth in the channel. So for relative scale, you can understand that. A few inches of rise over 15 feet of flow. I do want to also acknowledge that in this profile, there's some dotted lines which show the overland base flood elevation, and you can see how it's perched higher above the channel base flood elevation. And in all cases, the existing line, the blue line, is dropping down, so it's decreasing throughout our reach of interest. As shown with the purple line is the post-BB2 condition. And the hydraulic effects diminish at the downstream Sir Francis Drake Bridge, just downstream of Winship Avenue. So the next step, the second step, is the effect. And so this is based on comparing the surveyed structural elevations to the modeled base flood elevations. And so when I talk about surveyed structure elevations, we're talking about first finished floor and lowest adjacent grade. So the first finished floor is the elevation of the finished surface of the lowest livable floor of a building. And the lowest adjacent grade is the lowest elevation of the ground surface at the structure, so where the ground meets the structure. So the lowest adjacent grade is typically lower than the first finished floor. You can see in our cross section, the lowest adjacent grade is here, shown in green, and the first finished floor is perched higher. So in terms of an effect, in this situation, there's no effect because the house is higher than the water surface as modeled. In this case, there is water touching this structure with the pier in the creek bed, so there is an effect. And also in this case, there's an effect. So just to give you some examples, and there's 13 of these cases where the rise has an effect on the structure in Ross. This is that same longitudinal profile that I showed you before, but it includes the lowest adjacent grade and the finished floor elevations that were surveyed of those 58 properties where the rise is experienced. So now the third step is mitigation. Mitigation is recommended in 3 different scenarios. The first is, if the base flood elevation rises and one of these 3 conditions occur. So if the base flood elevation is higher than the lowest floor, the first finished floor, and we have no structures in that category, and that would require raising a home or removing the structure. Where we do have more of our mitigations is where the base flood elevation as modeled is higher than the lowest adjacent grade and the structure is not wet flood proofed. So in total in Ross, there's 10 of those situations, 10 of the 11. And the third is when a structure supported within the bed of the creek is not able to withstand the forces associated with the modeled base flood elevation. And so there's just one commercial building like that in San Anselmo, none in Ross. This is a telling illustration that comes from the FEMA guidelines, the National Flood Insurance Program Technical Bulletin. And so mitigation when the base flood elevation is higher than the lowest adjacent grade, that mitigation is to wet flood proof. So could look like one or more of the following types of improvements. There's anchoring to resist flotation of a structure, using flood damage resistant materials below the base flood, installing flood openings to equalize hydrostatic forces, so, walls weren't built to withstand water mounted up on the other side, anchoring tanks, protecting mechanical and utility equipment by elevating it. So this is a flavor of what we're looking at. And we have overall wet floodproofing mitigation proposed for 11 structures, 8 single-family residential houses, 2 detached garages, and 1 ADU. This is, the next slide, when it comes up, is a field photo. There we go. And this is just showing, sorry, advanced a little bit. So what these photos are showing is in the field where these elevations are, because, a photo can tell 1,000 words. On the left, you can see the lowest adjacent grade is down low below the garage finished floor, which is not a living space, so it's not the first finished floor. The existing BFE is above that, and above that is the post-BB2 BFE. The first finished floor is elevated higher in existing conditions in all these cases. Sorry, there's quite a bit of delay. But when it comes up, the mitigation that's included is elevating things like the furnace, the water heater equipment, and installing flood openings in garage door and garage exterior walls. So this is the photo. You can see the inside of the garage. The furnace is shown there, and behind that is the water heater, and those would be elevated. To the right is a situation where the water surface elevation is being elevated, and it's getting to a lateral beam on the structure. So in order to avoid flotation, we're talking at anchoring those down as a mitigation. And then there's also mitigations that only apply to San Anselmo, where there's a structure within the creek bed that can't withstand the forces per our structural engineer analysis. And so those don't really apply to the town of Ross. Sorry, it's a little slow. There's a picture that's going to come up eventually about what that fiber reinforced jacketing looks like. And then a few of the situations, I'll get into the details at the San Anselmo Town Council meeting about the analysis that goes into it. And so that's the basics of the analysis. In terms of the property owner notifications that occurred, we're still all awake. We had 58 parcels with a modeled base flood elevation rise, so notices were sent to them. And we're also required to submit notices to parcels with a revised floodway. So there's 35 in total, 13 in the town of Ross, where the floodway is actually narrowing. And so there were notifications sent out to the public for properties that are in, their property has a narrowed floodway and it affects them. That included the cover letter for context, notification explaining what floodplains and floodways would be changed by the BB2 removal, frequently asked questions to provide information, and then links to content in the website. And now for next steps, what we're looking at is for the Clomer application It was submitted to FEMA at the end of July. There can be up to a 6-month review period. And we are planning upcoming individual meetings with property owners, particularly those where we're recommending mitigation. And then expecting the CLOMR review completed by late 2025. There's also, and we're done with a lot of our public communications, we'll be going towards the environmental impact report, a revised second addendum upcoming. There was one that was original second addendum that was issued in December of 2023. It had things like a baffle wall that are no longer part of the project, so we need to refresh that. I'm going to hand it over to Chris.
Sure. Thank you, Jed. I appreciate it. And council members, thank you for your patience. Obviously, a lot of technical information to digest. We're happy to come back and answer any questions. Before we conclude, I do want to acknowledge again some of the challenges with this project. Obviously, Jed mentioned quite a bit that removal of the structure, if the project proceeds, does require mitigations or agreements with impacted property owners, and there were several of them, as Jed mentioned. As FEMA reviews our CLOMR application, they may require additional mitigations or have other questions or require additional information. So there's a risk there as well. We're looking forward to getting that review back from FEMA. This is the first time they've formally reviewed this project, and that will help us bring some clarity and I think closure to the community in terms of the process and moving forward. We do require a building permit from the town of San Anselmo. We'll need to go through that process if the project proceeds and the structure is removed. There is grant funding within the Flood Zone 9 to support the removal of the project. It has been extended many times. It is at risk of not being extended again, according to the agency that issued that funding. So we are trying to keep our eye on that. They're telling us it may not be extended again after December, so there's a risk there as well. Obviously, the complexity of the project makes the communication very difficult. I've heard this information several times, and as an engineer, I can digest that, but I recognize to a potentially non-technical audience, this is a lot of information to try to absorb and take in. So we are working with a communications team to help us try to simplify this and put this in terms that the general public can understand better. And you'll hear more of that coming from us over the coming months. And I was taking notes tonight on some of the things that I think we can do a better job of conveying that information. Judd is doing a great job with this, but there's room for us to continue to improve. And then lastly, I'll just say, the bullet point says new uniform consensus, but I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, this is a project that the district continues to try to proceed and move forward because generally we see that there is a significant public flood risk reduction benefit, but we recognize that there are impacts to some properties downstream that need to be mitigated and dealt with, and that makes this very, very challenging to move forward. It's not necessarily uniform consensus with the project. So with that, I thank you so much for your patience. This was a long presentation, and we're happy to do our best to try to field any questions that you may have. Last, I'll say that we have been putting a lot of information up on the county's flood district website about the project. We've posted the CLOMR there. We removed sensitive public information from the CLOMR just out of respect for the property owners that are listed in that document. But the studies, the information is all there. And again, we're trying to do our best to be transparent about the process and how we navigated through that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll take questions from council, and then we'll do public comments. Elizabeth.
You'd mentioned in the mitigation part, wet floodproofing, but my question is, will there be times when wet floodproofing isn't enough, and then I'm guessing you would have to be elevating a house or doing something more, and is there a budget for that?
That's a great question, council member. Thank you for that. The analysis that we have shows that the impacts to properties from the rise of the elevation can be mitigated with the wet floodproofing that's proposed as a part of the Clomar application and that Judd discussed in the presentation, things like elevating air conditioning units and putting the venting in the walls. If FEMA comes back and disagrees with our analysis or requires other mitigations, if the base flood elevation increases up above the first finished floor, the FEMA requirements say that we would need to elevate the structure as a mitigation. So right now, our analysis is showing that that is not the case. It doesn't mean that after FEMA reviews the Clomar, they may not have a different take or have a different finding. So we're waiting to see that. The second part of your question, no, there is not a budget to do that. That would be massively expensive to try to come in and elevate homes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have questions? Go ahead.
So I have a couple questions and comments. The first is I think the county would do itself justice by just holding a hearing at the county so that people can come in and ask their questions. We've obviously, and you, as you know, we're copied on so many of these communications. I think for you to have a workshop or something for the public to come in and really understand this would do wonders, because it's a lot just to keep going town to town. My first question comes just what it's not for you, I guess it's for our town manager. In this process, do we approve this Clomar? Do we have to sort of sign off in any way?
I'm going to ask our esteemed town attorney to respond.
We definitely do not approve the Clomar or the project. So they early on asked us to concur in their Clomar application, and the town responded that we need more information for that. And they provided that information, but they didn't ask for our concurrence at that point.
And what does concur mean?
It was the term that they talked about, and Rich could probably talk about that more. It's the concurrence and I forget what it's called, but it's a form that they have where the flood manager, Rich, has to concur that the project satisfies the FEMA regulations. When we looked at their application, we didn't have enough information to make any determination. So our letter that's in the packet made that point.
Yeah, and I think the letter said we also didn't have enough time. There wasn't a lot of time given to, so it sounds like we just didn't have information and we didn't have time. Great. So there's not, the council doesn't need to take action, I know, but will we ever have to take action? It sounds like no.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then just regarding this issue of 1D versus 2D models. So everything in this Clomar is based on these 1D models, but there are 2D models that exist. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And those 2D models are showing a higher rise in flood than the 1D model.
So this is a very challenging aspect to try to explain about the project. So the 1D model is the model that FEMA used to generate the current flood maps. And that's the model that we're using to look at the project. So there's an apples to apples comparison for FEMA through the federal process. As a part of the environmental impact report, a 1D, 2D model was actually used to look at the rise for the preparation of the EIR and the mitigations proposed there. The two different models, and Judd and I have been looking at this and trying to figure out how do we convey this and how do we effectively share this information, because it's very challenging. The two different models show that the existing water elevations during a flood event are a little different. So the 2D model shows the water elevations a little higher in the creek and a little lower on the street. The 1D model shows that the water elevation's a little higher on the street and a little lower in the creek. When you look at the before and after for both of those models, if Building Bridge stays in place versus if Building Bridge 2 is removed, they generally show a similar change. They're not identical. They are a kind of an apples and oranges comparison because they're different methodologies, but they are both generally showing a similar outcome with the removal of the structure. So it's very, very complex. I think what we need to do is try to prepare some additional graphics and slides to explain this, because we've gotten this question from some members of the public, and it's very hard for us to answer. Happy to try to make that information better available when we have it.
Yeah, I would say that providing as exhibit to us showing the same dotted lines or, that show with what the 2D model would be doing to the creek. But I think the bigger question is then, what does that do to the affected structures? So what I find very difficult as a layperson to believe is that only 10 structures in the town are really affected by this. And I'm sure you've done the modeling, but I mean, we know there's a lot of structures. And if you just ask residents that have been here a long time, they know that their homes have flooded. And we all know that this bridge is the removal will increase the flow. So these are all just facts. And so I think what we're hearing is some residents haven't even been contacted and feel like, hey, our home is actually going to be affected by this and we're not getting any mitigation. And I think making it very clear that with the 2D model, this is how many structures are impacted, and that if a resident there should be a process where someone can come forward and say, hey, I think my house might be one of these affected and you guys haven't contacted me, why? And just explain to them, well, you're going to flood, but it's not impacted by this rise, or whatever your reason or rationale why they're not getting mitigation. Because we just have to make it really clear to everybody why they are getting the mitigation and the other people are not. And then the last one is, if you could provide us just all the maps that you've shown are a lot of the San Anselmo, but there's not, if you could just provide exhibits of the flooding in Ross. And so in particular, Sylvan Lane is right along the creek, and understanding, that row of homes and how they're impacted would be helpful, or just seeing, you just zoomed in on Ross, it was just the Winship Park neighborhood. But for this community, everybody, if you're presenting to us, they want to see what the flood will look like here.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate those suggestions. We'll take that back to the office and see if we can make that happen.
Thank you.
Terry.
Yeah, I just had a question about mitigation. Who pays for that? Where does that money come from?
Thank you, Council Member. That's a great question. The project right now is funded through the Flood Zone 9 fund, and that is funded by a mix of property taxes that are collected that support the Flood Zone 9, as well as the flood fee that it's commonly called that's many properties within the Ross Valley Flood Zone 9 pay that fee. I don't have exact numbers on that, but ultimately the flood zone funds are proposed to use to pay for the mitigations that are proposed as a part of the project right now. I will say on July 15th, we gave a presentation to the Marin County Board of Supervisors about Flood Zone 9 financials, really the operations and maintenance and project, and really tried to get into a lot of the detail that we've received a lot of questions from the public about. What are you doing with our tax dollars? What does it go to? What benefit do we get out of that? And we tried to answer those questions on July 15th with the Board of Supervisors. That information we can also make available to folks that are interested. And it is available if you go to the Board of Supervisors website and look at that July 15th meeting date. There's a fairly extensive staff report and also a presentation.
Okay.
Try to help clarify the funding.
And I have another question. So would let's say the 9 houses or 10 houses, the mitigation would have to be done first?
That's correct.
Before the bridge would be removed?
That's correct.
So what are we looking at in terms of timing?
That's another great question. The project, obviously, we have long lead times from FEMA in terms of their review. If they find any aspect of our applications incomplete, we would have to go provide additional information. They would restart their review process. We're anticipating by the end of the calendar year that we would get comments back from FEMA. If FEMA's comments are substantive, they may need to be built into the amendment to the EIR that Judd mentioned. So that's a process that will take some time. Ultimately, I think if things move forward fairly reasonably, if we end up having better connections and communications with property owners and are better able to convey the information to help advance the project, I think likely construction would happen in 2027, and the mitigations would probably be a first order of work of that.
Okay, that's helpful. And actually, something that Matt said, there's been no talk about sort of Poplar Avenue, and all the houses have flooded way back when. And I don't know if the removal of the bridge and the mitigation that's going to take place sort of for homes on the other side of Sir Francis Drake, what's happening with the houses on this side of Sir Francis Drake that have flooded in the past? Will they no longer flood because now the creek is better and the water is moving faster to go by our houses quicker?
So that's a great question. That's probably more technical in terms of the mapping and where the anticipated flood flows are. I'll see if Judd can take a stab at answering that question. Thank you.
Yeah, it really depends where the location is. I think the PowerPoint presentation was closed down, so I don't know if I can share a map. But yeah, it's specific to the location and where it is in the floodplain. There's a large portion of San Anselmo that where the floodplain would be reduced.
Right.
And so depending on where it is related to the reduction in that floodplain would, that's the comparison we would do. I'm happy to follow up and look at the specific location.
And I think your colleague's suggestion of looking at some zoomed-in Ross-specific maps and not just those on the creek properties, but also the rest of the community, I think that may help answer that question, and that's something I think we can prepare. Thank you.
So I have a question in terms of the mitigation. Does the homeowner do the mitigation and then get reimbursed, or does the district do the mitigation?
I think we're open to finding mutually agreeable solutions with the property owners. I mean, ultimately, the mitigations need to be in place before the Building Bridge 2 structure is removed. But if there were a certain property owner that was more comfortable managing that work on their property themselves, I respect that. In other cases, property owners may not want to deal with that, and they may want the district to take care of that. So I think that's open for discussion with individual property owners.
And when does the flood fee tax run out?
I believe that runs out in July of 2026. I think we have 1 year left of the flood fee.
If all this mitigation is happening in 2027, how is that going to get paid for?
So that's a great question. There is a fund balance available for the project, and Judd reminded me it's not just the property taxes and the flood fee, but also grant funding that's come in for the project that supports these. There is a balance right now that we believe has enough funding in it available to complete this project, and then still have a small contingency reserve. So even though the flood fee is set to expire in about a year, our analysis, and we shared this in our presentation to the board on the 15th, our analysis shows that we believe we do have enough funding, at least to complete the project as contemplated right now.
And could you give a ballpark figure for what the mitigation would be on a typical house in Ross?
It's a very good question, but it's very, very different property to property. Some of them require, a furnace to be raised up 20, 30 inches, as well as an outside air conditioner unit to be elevated on the property. Some of them, it's just like a tank. It looks like some folks may have a rain collection system that has a tank that would need to be secured. It widely varies. If just throwing a dart at it, and please, hopefully, if I end up not having a good number at this, I would guess we're probably talking the ballpark of, maybe $10,000 on average, $10,000 to $15,000 in wet flood mitigations per property. But as we get into more of those details, we can probably get a better figure on that for you.
So it's about $100,000 for all the houses in Ross right now with that range. I understand it's a range.
Somewhere in that line. It may end up being more as we go in, and depending on the mechanism and getting things done. Obviously, if the district ends up doing the bulk of the work, we're required to follow public processes and have prevailing wage requirements and things. So that's probably a ballpark of where we would start. It could be more than that, though.
Bill, did you have any questions?
Yes, I just had a question about the comment that there was some doubt that these state grants would be extended beyond the current termination date? Does the project have to be completed within that grant term, or is it just a requirement that the work start within that period of time?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very good question. The Department of Water Resources, which is the grant funding agency for the $2.7 million grant that we have remaining for the project, has indicated that they want to see forward progress on the CLOMAR application and FEMA's review. They're looking for positive indication from FEMA that they would be supportive of the project as proposed in the application by the end of this calendar year in order to consider extending the grant again. So it's really more about what the agency has indicated to us is it's more about getting some indication from FEMA on their take on the project.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Matt, did you have something else?
I just had two more questions. One is, it says you need a building permit from San Anselmo. If San Anselmo doesn't provide that permit, then what?
That's another very good question. So obviously, the project exists within San Anselmo. We would be removing a structure from within their jurisdiction, and their municipal code does have that requirement. My understanding is that they have a building permit process. There's a review and appeal process. There is a risk that the project can't proceed, right? There's a number of challenges and a number of risks, the mitigations on the private properties, the requirement of other jurisdictions to approve elements of the project to move forward. There is a risk that is not removed and doesn't proceed. We're trying to move forward, as I've said, because of the general benefit that we see to the public in flood risk reduction. But we're also having conversations internally about what do we do if we can't end up removing this structure? Because obviously there's a large concrete slab in the middle of downtown San Anselmo with a fence around it, and it's not a great position to be in as the county as the owner of that structure right now. So we are having those conversations internally to try to figure out how do we be a good partner to the communities here in this downtown, and either find a way for that to be integrated potentially into the reimagination of Creek Park, or what other opportunities exist in order for us to be able to deal with having this structure there if for some reason it can't be removed as a part of the project.
Okay, well, the last thing would be, it'd be very helpful to have a timeline as a part of your presentation, which says, here we submit CLOMAR application. This is when we're going for the permit with San Anselmo. Here's when the funding runs out, just so everybody can clearly understand the goals and the timeline and what the expectations are.
Thank you very much for that.
Any other questions from council? All right, so we'll move on to public yes.
Thank you. I've received a few inquiries about the status of the fish ladder project. Will there still be funding for it remaining? You talk about the funding kind of running out. When that project is going forward?
Yes, thank you.
Talk about that really briefly. I'd appreciate it.
I will try to talk about that briefly, and we actually touched on that at our July 15th presentation to the Board of Supervisors, so that information is available if there are particularly interested parties on the supervisor's website. The fish ladder project does have separate grant funding to support it. It is moving forward. We're getting started on the Lower College of Marin Corte Madera Creek Improvements Project. I believe that working window starts on September 1st for that project to get started, so very, very soon here. And then we're working through the CLOMAR process on the fish ladder project. And right now, it looks like we have sufficient funding with that grant in order to be able to construct that project. I want to say that project's maybe 2 to 3 years out at this point.
Can you say that again? Can you say that again?
I think that project is 2 to 3 years out at this point for the fish ladder, and there's some flood wall elevation changes as kind of the last phase of the Corte Madera Creek project. The lower Corte Madera Creek channel project that's removing the concrete line channel and restoring a lot of the banks is going to start on September 1st.
So you're saying 2027 or 2028?
Judd is telling me it's scheduled for next summer. I think with the FEMA application, for the Clomar on that project and some of the other things that need to happen, it's likely to be constructed the following year.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to public comments. Can you please state your name? And you're limited to 3 minutes per speaker.
Yes, Carol Page, hello. I'd like to do a little detour. When I walked in tonight, I want to say that the room was very bright. The new chairs are very comfortable. And it has been many decades since the $25,000 of the Ross Historical Society did the renovation of this building. And Carla Flood led it. Carla is now 94, living in Kihei. And I think maybe there's some good karma that comes with redoing this room. So I hope it translates. Anyway, and I want to talk about this building. I want to talk about this building and what's going to be there. And I want to remind you that in 1955, we had immediately a project of the Corps of Engineers, which stopped at the Lagunitas Bridge. The 1982, 1985 floods, oh yeah, we had more projects. We had Royston, we had Gilliam, we had the Corps putting detention basins everywhere, including right behind this building, if you remember, right upstream from the bridge, right here. And then we had 2005, and we had Frederick Allen Park being excavated for a detention basin. It's curious that all of it happens right here in the Civic Center, isn't it? Just very interesting. Well, when you have a natural creek coming down and meeting a supercritical concrete channel, you have a hydraulic problem, a big one. And it creates turbulence, and the water jumps out of the channel. And so, of course, the more water that is put into the channel from the upstream projects, the bigger the problem becomes, the more likely this collision is. And this collision is the thing that, in time, becomes larger than the conceptual plans that have been developed. And guess what? The conceptual plans lose, and Mother Nature proves once again, this is a floodplain, you're going to flood. So while FEMA is doing its review of impacts, may I suggest that the upstream projects add impacts. They impact your civic buildings, they impact your residents, they impact your job as council members. And you should be very sure that FEMA is aware of your concerns and that you understand. Too bad, but it's not fixed down there.
Thank you, Carol. Doug?
Hi, how are you? I'm not Tom Selleck, I just dress like him, but anyway. I'll answer one question one of the council members had. The unrecognized impact on anything past Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, past the bridge, that's not included because per the EIR, the project ended at my house, which is at 74 Sir Francis Drake. So by design, the EIR did not address any impacts because the EIR ended at the bridge. Statement of fact. Okay. Bernici said any mitigation required for our homes would not, that there would be no mitigation, she said this in January, that there would be no mitigation for homes where I live unless and until they remove the Winship Bridge, at which point they would stick it all in the town of Ross to pay for all the mitigation for all our homes. I'm just telling you exactly what she said. One of the questions I have is what happens if a homeowner declines mitigation? What happens to the homeowner and what happens to the project? I think that's a fairly significant question. And just one thing, just as a point of reference, I was told at one point by one of the county consultants in a Zoom call that a 2-inch rise of water at the corner of my house, literally at the corner of my house, was, quote, not significant, end quote, and didn't require mitigation. And I guess I'd like to know what changed. If 2 inches of water didn't require mitigation in 2020, why in 2025 does it? It just doesn't make any logical sense. And it speaks to the obfuscation that's been ongoing in this project from day one. It's been constant obfuscation, and until there is real transparency, there's an echo. That really doesn't address anything. And I'm reluctant to meet with anybody when I've been lied to my face, point blank, by the supervisor of my district. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Mota. I am the owner and resident of 82 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard in Ross, and my home is one of the homes that is seeing a rise in base flood elevations. It has the water base flood elevations at my actual structure and is proposed recommended mitigation. So I'm highly impacted by the removal of BB2. Just a little bit about my history with all of this. I've been following this project since the EIR was finalized. In that, it was stated I was going to receive mitigation for my property, way more extensive mitigation that is being proposed to me now. I was then told I would not be receiving mitigation for almost 6 years. I was told there was going to be no mitigation. Now I'm being told there is mitigation required for my property, but it is simply wet proofing. So my property, here is the base flood elevation before BB2 is removed. Here's my, I wish I had a better thing. Here's my house. Here's my house. Here's base flood elevation before the bridge is removed. The bridge is removed and the base flood elevation goes up. Now, mitigation for that, in my mind, is the pre-project condition should be exactly the same or less than the post-project condition. So the mitigation that should be required should keep the base flood elevation at what it currently is. But what they're proposing is just to raise some outlets and put some more flood vents in my home, which doesn't decrease the risk of flooding at my home. I've also asked in the past what the margin of error is for all of these models, and I have been told there is not a margin of error, that it doesn't exist. So what they're saying is their models are exactly accurate, which is not the case. So they remove BB2, and my house floods. Whose fault is it? Because my home has never flooded. There's not been a claim, it has not flooded. And just for the record, I grew up here in Ross. My maiden name is Dickinson. My parents were Dr. John and the late Barbara Dickinson. I moved here in 1991, and I was lucky enough to purchase the home right across the creek from where I grew up. So I actually grew up on the creek. I can see into my old backyard, and I know what the creek is capable of. And I think it's really reckless that they're proposing just some wet proofing for my property. And in the letter I submitted, which I emailed, I think, a few days ago, I state law and facts that the proposed mitigation that they submitted in the Clomer is not adequate for my property, and I believe that's the case for many others. I know I hit the 3-minute, I'm so sorry. I did receive an email that they would like to meet with me one-on-one about my property and mitigation, and I invite all of you to my meeting. Richard, I invite you to my meeting. I invite everyone, public, you can all come to my meeting. And I really hope, somehow I'll make it, maybe I could put a poster up like, meeting for Jenny Mota is at this time at this place. And I invite every single one of you to come to my meeting so that you can hear my questions, so you can see what they're telling me, and so that you can maybe better understand the situation that I am in. And I know many of my other neighbors are in as well, and it's not a good one. So I'm asking for your help, and I'm sorry I went over. Again, my name is Jenny Mota. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jenny.
Good evening. My name is Ann Politzer. I'm a resident of San Anselmo, and I am here because, as I understand it, I think you are going to be asked to recommend that Rich, as your floodplain manager, sign or not sign the CLOMR at some point. Is that correct? Is that how this works? No. Okay. Well, let me just say what a few things that you might want to think about attendant to this process. Because obviously the permit is going to come up in San Anselmo, and we'll have to decide, you know, via the council whether they approve the permit or not to remove BB2. From your point of view, the only upside for the town of Ross in this whole deal, the only thing that you stand to gain here is an increase in surface water elevation. I mean, that's it. You have a proportionate number of homes that are negatively impacted by downstream water rise from the removal of BB2. And I hope the town council here considers what you are really getting here on this, and that is liability. If you personally approve, you know, think this is good. If you don't say something, you're inviting the liability in. You know, San Anselmo also does not get a lot out of the SAFER project. The county has been putting out unsupported benefit cost claims of $11 million to do the project and $23 million in benefit for the BB2 removal. Since the county has already spent $47 million on the SAFER, if you add the current $11 million cost for the BB2 removal to that, the actual cost to complete the project is $59 million. And regarding the $23 million benefit claim, what is it? What is it? You haven't shown us anything. You've given us numbers all over the place on your totals, and you haven't shown how you came to those totals. You haven't substantiated any benefit from this whatsoever. These are just numbers. It is just talk. And this is not an adequate way to present this project. There is not the return on it that you claim. And also, you pointed out yourselves, these numbers that you're bandying about for benefits, they are only present in a 10-year flood. Those do not affect the 25 or the 100-year flood. This whole CLOMR is based on the 100-year flood. In the 25 and in the 100, the reduction of floodwater is minimal on the total. So we're talking 10-year flood here, pretty much that's it, which would be kind of okay, except that, as we pointed out to you, Judd, in the last San Anselmo town hall, several people brought this up, we don't have 10-year floods in the Ross Valley. We have 25-year floods, and they are always calibrated at a 100-year flood level. 2005, 1982, 1955, this goes all the way back. And back in 1875, the creek flooded so badly that it jumped its entire channel and cut a new one in about 2 days. So that's what happens around here. This 10-year flood is just throwing confetti in our eyes. So yeah, I want you to think about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. It's Ross Asselstein from San Anselmo. I'm not a resident of Ross, obviously, but I think we share a common interest in this subject. I appreciate everybody on the dais in that I've not wanted to run for council because it's an incredible amount of material you get through as generalists. And what you see speaking tonight is a lot of people that are specialists. There's two kind of specialists here in my interest, and that is the people whose properties have been threatened for 6 to 7 years. That's unbelievable. The other type of specialist is people like Gerald and myself who've been on this for 15 years or more, who are deep on this technically. And we're committed to standing up and telling the other side of the coin. These two gentlemen are awesome. They're wonderful. All three of us have licenses and stamps and took the courses to get those, but they're new. If you turn the clock back to 2011, which maybe Gerald, myself, and Chris Martin would remember, the district said, This is the way it works. We're going to build basins high, and we're going to increase the capacity from the bottom. You can't start in the middle. The reason we're here tonight, and the reason these people have been tortured for 7 years, is because they're starting in the middle and increasing flow downstream. These are wonderful gentlemen. They're smart, but in 140 pages that I submitted to Marin County grand jury, the fundamental problem is they act as advocates, not fiduciaries. I can say that I've drafted something long for you today. I've asked the clerk, I've given the clerk 5 copies of this, and that is, this is an opportunity to ask questions and get answers. The problem with advocacy as opposed to fiduciary is not answering questions. They have acted, they've come on board new, and they said, after I stood up 12 times at supervisors meetings in the last 7 months, said, we need answers. And they said, we're going to have meetings, we're going to do this, we're going to tell everybody about it. And then they shut the door. They submitted 500 pages of documents to the town administrators and floodplain administrators on this Clomar and didn't give it to the public, even though we asked for it repeatedly. They refused to give it to us. As generalists and as a specialist, I can suggest that if you don't appreciate the full depth of the technical aspects of this, what you can do is say, there's 6, 7 questions within this document from Mr. Hasselstein. There's comments from Gerald, there's comments from these people. Take those questions and push them across the table and get answers. My last comment is, you will see a letter from me next Tuesday before I go to Burning Man for the 18th time that says they're going to run out of money. Independent of what they tell you today, they don't have money for what was built in the 60s or 70s, and they don't have the money to maintain that, nor the money to maintain what they've built so far. This project's going to fall over. Take your time, ask questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ross. Anybody else in the room? Cindy, anybody online who?
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Green?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Could we fire up the PowerPoint and go to slide 20?
I think the PowerPoint is terminal, so I'm sorry, we can't.
That's really unfortunate, but my memory's good, and perhaps you can independently get the PowerPoint. So 20 was the slide that showed the adverse impact to houses in Ross. And you'll note that on the southern end of the project, just north of the Sir Francis Drake Bridge, is where the lion's share of maximally adversely impacted houses are located. That's important because among the questions that Councilmember Saltair and others have asked is, what's the impact of people on people downstream, and specifically with respect to Sylvan Lane? And somebody said, I think it was Doug Ryan, that's outside of the scope of the project. What the county proponents say is that the base level rise stops at the Sir Francis Drake Bridge. And if it's, and my point to you is that if it does indeed stop at the Sir Francis Drake Bridge, how does that square with the houses being maximally adversely impacted, all being located just north of the bridge? That doesn't make any sense. And they're not taking into consideration the people on Sylvan, and particularly Charlie Goodman. Charlie Goodman has had Ongaro come and look at his HVAC situation, and he's stuck. There's no way for him to do anything except to have his house entirely elevated. So they're not playing straight with you in terms of talking about who's going to be hurt, because they're leaving out Sylvan Lane entirely. Then lastly, there's a question about mitigation and how does that work? The flood district has got to get the assent, has to get the buy-in of the property owner for the proposed mitigation. That's not a given. So a property owner can screw the whole thing up by saying, listen, I don't agree with the mitigation that you've proposed. If that's the situation, then according to FEMA rules, what happens next is that the flood district has got to use eminent domain authority to condemn the property and bring it within the scope of the project and comply with the project requisites. And to think that that would happen in Ross is frankly laughable. So while the presentation is smooth and somewhat self-effacing, there are real questions that have not been answered, and that slide 20 highlights them. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ford. Anybody else? Cindy, go ahead.
Charlie, your iPhone can go ahead.
Hopefully you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. First of all, I hope you're impressed with all of these people that have stood up tonight and spoke to you about all of the issues and their problems and understand all of their concerns. I think they've done really a great job of speaking and just telling you about their lives. So I just want to tell you, I have a home at the confluence of Ross Creek and Corte Madera Creek. I've been there for over 60 years. I have played in the creek. I've swam, I've boated in Corte Madera Creek. I remember when the creek used to run between Ross School and Ross Common and go into Murphy Creek. I tell you this because I have probably spent more time and know more about the flows and the movement of the water in Corte Madera Creek than the last 50 people who have been there with the county or the Army Corps of Engineers. The county flood control district would lead you to believe that over 400 homes are going to see improvement by this project. But what they don't tell you is that the water doesn't stop at the Winship Bridge, which is where Safer ends. That water continues into Ross, down and into Kentfield, and those homes will suffer increased flooding. But they don't want to tell you about that. I was there in 1955, in 1982, and 1983, and 2005. You don't know what it feels like in real time to be there when it's flooding. I know where that water flows and where it goes to. And I have 2 high water marks from those floods on my property. One comes from Ross Creek and one comes from Corte Madera Creek. The final design project that was submitted by the Army Corps of Engineers was a bypass channel from San Anselmo down Sir Francis Drake Boulevard and re-entering Corte Madera Creek below the fish ladder in Ross. That was their preferred plan. And why is it that the underground channel that completely bypassed Sylvan Lane? Well, that's because they couldn't come up with a plan to handle the water that was coming down Corte Madera Creek and Ross Creek effectively. It's pure and simple. With all of the years and all of the money, how is it the best that the Corps could come up with was Alternative J, the bypass channel? And now the small county of Marin and their staff, along with tens of millions of dollars in consultants' fees, have come up with a better plan than the Army Corps of Engineers that has years and years of experience. You just have to think twice about what's being presented to you. And I hope you will in the future. So thank you very much. And I know this is really difficult. You've spent hours and hours and hours on this, and I appreciate all of your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie. Anybody else, Cindy?
There are no more raised hands.
Anyone else? Okay. So we will bring it back. We're not taking a vote. We heard the input. I think we should move on. All right?
I think a lot of the residents brought up important questions.
They did.
And so I hope, obviously, you were listening to those questions. And all I want to say is this is going to be a political debate. And you're going to need to get the support of this town of San Anselmo to issue this permit. There's a really big gating item. And what we've heard is, what is in it for Ross? Well, more water and more impacted people. And so you need to explain and give this community the answers that they're seeking. And if you don't, it's going to fail. So I think we're here to help. We're here to try to make the residents understand whatever your messages the county wants to give, and we also want them to feel like we're their representatives. We're not trying to flood their homes and ruin their homes. We want the mitigation, and we want this to be a success for everybody. But it's going to take answering a lot of questions and making this process really open and transparent, and it doesn't sound like the county's done that. So I just hope that in the next iteration, a lot of these concerns are addressed.
And I just want to, as a closing, I just want to reiterate that this is not a Town of Ross project. This is a flood control district project. So, and I also want to say, as someone who has lived under a cloud from issues with my own property, that my heart goes out to you, Jenny, and others, because I know what that's like, and it's really hard, and it's very stressful. And so, hopefully everyone will do the right thing, and we will move on, okay? We need to take a brief recess of about 5 minutes so that we can fix the computer, so we can do the PowerPoint on the last item on the agenda. Oh, two more items.
Thank you.
Just want to be
Sorry
clear.
about the PowerPoint stuff.
Oh, yeah, the general plan.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for having us.
And just changes in what the community envisions for the town of Ross. And finally, what are the next steps here? So there are 5 options. The first one is to do a technical update and refresh. That's essentially to align it with state law. I've provided some very ballpark figures, which are probably a little higher than what we have. These are numbers based from our housing element and safety element consultants. During the housing element community outreach, there was, I think, a desire for carving out historic resources. That doesn't need to be part of the general plan update. That can also be part of a zoning amendment or a zoning update. And then option 3, this, I would say staff has heard a lot of interest about, which is to analyze and update some of the land use or development standards for the non-conforming lots and structures on smaller lots along Bolinas and Poplar Avenue. There's an option of having a comprehensive update that would include a sustainability element or other elements. Some communities have a environmental justice element, for instance, and then also to kind of rewrite the current general plan so that the table of contents or the sections are by elements. Right now, it's sort of done in a narrative, and you'll find the safety element in different sections. It's not by element. So that's an option. And lastly, you don't need to update the general plan. While there's like really no penalty of having an expired general plan, other than when you make the planning, when you're reviewing the planning projects, you want to make sure that your land use and planning entitlements are rooted in general plan policies and the zoning code, which you do anyway. So again, option 5 is you could delay to a future date. You don't need to start the update this year. And those are the 5 options for the council tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions and get feedback on that.
Thank you, Roberta. Do you have a recommendation?
My recommendation at this time would probably maybe be the technical update. It seems reasonable to align what we have to meet state laws. One of the maybe benefits of having an updated general plan is eligibility for state funds or grant funding. Other than that, I would say it's really up to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to add on to our planning director's response to the mayor's question is that I think we have a lot on our plate. We have a very small staff, and there's a lot going on, especially with the Civic Center project is the biggest project that it's my understanding Ross has ever contemplated. And it's really going to be an all hands on deck situation. So I am concerned about our planning director's time. She's a very important part of our team that is going to be working on that project because there's environmental review processes that are involved. There's a lot that I'm going to need her assistance with. And we have another very able assistant planner, Alex, who was here earlier this evening, and we have a lot of current planning requirements, right? That's our bread and butter. That's what our residents want. They want to see their projects go forward. So, and Roberta is actually a working planner too. She takes on many of the current projects and helps staff the ADR group. So my recommendation now, really understanding that and especially when I spoke with the city manager of San Anselmo a couple of days ago, they have a very large, comprehensive general plan update underway. And I asked him when the horizon of theirs ended, and it ended in 1975. So I'm not feeling that we are really, that we won't be that behind if we wait a couple of years to start on this process. So just my perspective, we can wait a year, check back in with the council, see how things are going. But we do have a lot of other priority projects that have been identified by the council that I'd like to make progress on. Thank you.
Questions, Elizabeth?
How often have we received grants that required an updated general plan?
We received some substantial grants as part of the housing to help us fund the housing element process. I don't know if those grants required a general plan, an up-to-date general plan, because I know San Anselmo got quite a few grants too, and theirs is certainly not updated. So what do you think? Roberta, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I would say for those, we were still consistent because they were related to housing. They were housing grants. And so our housing element was certified, it's been adopted. We are compliant and we're good there. So if it's a grant related to housing, which is mostly what the planning grants are these days from the state, we would be eligible.
So you're not expecting that we could be losing out on significant numbers of grants if we don't update it right now?
I mean, I can't say for sure, but no, I wouldn't unless it's, I'm trying to think of one. Maybe if the state had an open space grant or something related to a portion of the general plan that's expired. But my understanding is what we have would still continue on anyway. It's not like it expires. You still, if you can still find consistency with that 2007 to 2025 general plan, we would still be eligible.
I know that the town did receive a nice Prop 68 grant. That's what has gone towards the planning process related to the Ross Common and the first couple of phases of improvements. And I do not believe, because I worked on it in another city too, that required a big general plan. I mean, general plan processes are oftentimes multi-year processes, and so I think that there would be outcry amongst cities if they were deemed to be ineligible because their general plan is not exactly up to date.
And then how important is it to keep it technically updated? You said that that was one option, that would involve hiring a consultant to just make sure that our plans, and that it's up to date with state law and other things. I mean, it sounds like that wouldn't take town time, it would cost money, but how important is it to do that?
So the technical refresh and update is really to align it with the state laws. It would still be about $300,000, and it would still take staff time working with the consultants. What they would do is basically similar to the housing element and the safety element updates, is they would comb through our current general plan and go through what's inconsistent with state law. Each one of those revisions or updates would require my review and, meetings with them. So that would be the technical refresh is the alignment to state law.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a reason, Krista, why 2027 would be better? Is that's 2 years from now, right? Would that be, would staff have more time at that point?
I think I would. So one of the things that I have to work on, and I haven't, is, or I need to, is the housing element implementation. So part of our annual progress report to the state is progress on each one of our action items.
Right.
And there's an extensive list.
Yeah.
So for me, yes, I think in 2027 I'd have more time.
Okay, that's helpful.
So Roberta, you and I have talked a lot about planning since I joined the council. You said you were keeping a list of all the little updates that we have been suggesting as projects have come through. Would those not be implemented if we didn't do a general plan update?
Some of them are just zoning code updates, so not necessarily. For instance, one of the ones we're working on is swimming pools. That wouldn't be part of the general plan update, that would just be an amendment to the zoning code. So that can still be in progress. This doesn't impact some of those.
I remember the last general plan that culminated in 2007. It seemed to be like a 2 to 3 year workshops and outreach to the public and meetings and a dedicated committee with 2 council members liaisoning, and it was a ton of work. And would there be anything different now to update the general plan? It would be a big process.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Or let's have public comment on the general plan. Anybody? Cindy, is there anyone online?
No raised hands online, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll bring it back. My inclination is to wait and check in 2006 around this time, and maybe we don't do anything till 2030. I don't know, but I think we should check in on an annual basis. That would be my suggestion. Matt.
Well, I understand that we have a limited staff, I think what would be helpful for us is to think about how we staff better for projects that are important and when the town needs it. And I think a lot of the staff time is wasted because we have so many variance requests. We're about to hear one. And we don't have, the general plan and the municipal code aren't updated frequently enough to allow for over-the-counter work that normal cities and towns would do. So for example, my wife's business in Ross Bridges downtown, we had to come in for a special permit because it's actually not a conditional use permit because tutoring and education services aren't listed in the municipal code. And if you go read the municipal code, you'd see it's like soda pop fountains, like candy shops. It's so old. It hasn't been updated in so long because I think, rightfully so, people just kick the can down the road. And I think what we should be thinking about is how do we streamline and make the town more efficient so that staff doesn't waste so much time writing staff reports trying to talk about variances for every little project. And I think it is painful. It's going to be a big project, but it's one that's worthwhile if it's going to long-term set the course of the town in the right direction and sort of streamline a lot of the issues that we've been seeing in pain points for years and years. So I fully sympathize with you. I know that the housing element's big, but the thing about the housing element cycle, it's going to come again. There's going to be another cycle. And when we revisit this in 2026, there's going to be some other thing that comes up. And maybe it's going to be the Winship Bridge project and the Civic Center. We're never going to stop the flood, literally, from coming. But we can't stop the town's business for that. We need to recognize that there's a need. The general plan is old. It needs to be updated. And we've been saving money to do it. We just have to do it. Now, if we need to hire more people to do that, I think we should talk about that and say, like, maybe we need to hire a resource, just like Krista asked for somebody to work on the Civic Center. But let's not do the town's business because of that. The town's business should come first and the priorities of the people and what we need to do to service them.
Well, yeah, I mean, it will be a big project, and if we do hire an outside consultant, a fairly expensive one, we have set aside money for this. And I think Matt makes some good points about this. Some of our elements of the general plan are very old and not really apropos to what's happening now. Maybe we would save time in the long run. On the other hand, I mean, my inclination would be start with what we've called a technical update, reorganize this a bit, put what belongs together, and then break it into parts. Sounds like, land use type questions, maybe licensing and so forth, is something we want to address sooner. There are a number of different, parts of the general plan. But before even suggesting how to break it down, I'd like to see it reorganized a bit. I have been through it before, and it is sort of all over the place. Anyway, I'm not sure I have a specific proposal, but we have so much on our plate now, just the council does. So many projects that we're working on.
So
I would like to break this down, I think, into elements.
I think that some of the things that Matt brings up are good points, but I wonder if there are more code issues than general plan issues. And if you look through the general plan, it's pretty basic, and it seems to represent values that people have had in this community for decades, and I think continue to have. And I'm not sure, if you look through it, if there's a lot that you'd say, oh, I don't agree with this, I want to change this. I want the plan to go in a different direction. I could see where people might want the code in some instances to go in a different direction, maybe, but I would probably just wait a year and then see where we are. And when we do deal with it, I think we should edit it, but I don't even think we should redo it. It looks fine to me.
Yeah, I want to say, I want to take into consideration the staffing issue, because I think it's real. I wouldn't want to put it off forever, because I think that's a problem. So I would certainly support a year, 2 years at the most. And I have a question. What if you were to take one of these small ones, like option 3? The issues with Bolinas have come up repeatedly this year. If we took on just that little piece, the option 3, that would help toward the general plan. It would build toward the general plan, but it wouldn't be taking on the full general plan.
Could that be done as outside of the general plan? It seems like it's really not a general plan issue, number 3.
Yeah, I mean, the general plan designation is residential, so I think there, what we really would, my recommendation would be is updating the development standards in the zoning ordinance, in the zoning code, to better reflect the nonconformities in those areas.
Would take a lot of time? Yes, of course. Even with the consultant, it would take time. Okay, so I would.
It's also kind of a Pandora's box. I know we've in the past looked into zoning and FAR, and there were, basically 2 camps. People who said, the houses are small, we'd like it bigger, and then spider. I hope you don't mind if I kill it. And then other people, and then other people who say, well, it's nice to have houses of different sizes in town so that people can move into a smaller house or downsize into a smaller house. And then we were sort of left, with like Civil War and Pandora's box. So I think if we do take on zoning, it won't just be Bolinas, it will be everything. Yeah. And we'll have to recognize that is a big project. I mean, for the time being, I think we have decent guidelines in the general plan and decent guidelines in the code. And I think, yes, it takes a lot of time to go through variances, and we shouldn't be dealing with that all the time. But it's a system that's worked pretty well for the town over many years, and I'm okay to keep it.
So I was going to say, okay, I take back that option 3. But it'll be nice in 2 years to deal with option 3 and some of the other options.
Or at least revisit where we are in 2 years.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Right. Matt, go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to bring us up again, is that part of the general plan is, I'm glad you brought that up, is there's sort of vision, it's like a vision document of where the town is and where it's going. And, we are impacted so much by the housing element, and density is becoming a much bigger issue. And I hear from just friends and residents as people are building more ADUs and more, moving closer to the lot lines. It affects fire prevention, fire defensible space. These are all things that would go into a general plan. How do we think about fire preparedness? How do we think about zone 0? These are things that I think we want to sort of bring to the fore. Like we're increasing the density of our community. What impact does that have on the environment? Noise, we're talking in the next project, obviously, about noise in the canyon, the hillside lot ordinance. How do we think about our hillsides, both from a flood perspective and an environmental impact? These are things that would go into the general plan. So I hear you. I mean, listen, nobody wants more work, but you have to think that all the issues that we struggle with come from the fact that we don't really rely on the general plan, and it's old. And there is so much benefit to starting to bring into the fact of all these impacts that are happening to our community and where our values are. The values that are in there have not changed, but we are being impacted by so many forces now. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to address all of these issues. And so I hear you all. I mean, the answer of saying no and kick it down the road is the easiest thing for a government to do. But I think we need to do it. I think that the demands on this community only grow each year, and we need to start having a vision of what that means and how we're going to address them.
Roberta, didn't the housing element also address the safety aspects of the housing element? So
yes, and the safety element have addressed safety and then as related to the housing element.
And the fire and the setbacks and all that stuff?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
That was all adopted in May. The consultant provided a presentation with.
Yeah.
Like here in section 5, it talks about fire-resistant design, maintenance and landscaping for fire safety and new development. I mean, I think they did an excellent job in '07, looking ahead and planning, focusing on those elements.
Well, it sounds like Matt wants to move forward now, and it sounds like Elizabeth and Terry and I want to wait and check back in 2026. Bill, I wasn't sure where you were. I guess it doesn't matter, because it's 3 to 1
I'm a
already.
fence sitter. I'm a fence sitter. I do think Matt makes good points about this, but I'm just reluctant to tackle it right now. Not sure I want to wait 2 years, but
Well,
anyway.
how about if we check in 2026, and we'll put it on our agenda for August of 2026?
Yes, will do.
Just since last point is Roberta, I hope you'll bring things to us maybe that in piecemeal, because I do think that you have a lot of good ideas and a good list, and even if we're not updating the general plan, hopefully we can tackle some of them.
Okay, thank you, Roberta.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a public hearing on planning projects, 12 Canyon Design Review, a hillside lot permit, a variance, and town council adoption of resolution number 2532, approving the project subject to conditions.
To exit this? Sure.
Alex, is that you?
Yes, Mayor.
What am I going to say?
Oh, yeah, we have
Here.
one little preamble that we wanted to address first. Krista?
I'd also like just to, for the benefit of the folks at home, mention a couple of the technological issues we're having right now, or just challenges, so that they're not surprised. But it's my understanding, and I'll seek confirmation from our town clerk, is that people that are watching on Zoom are not able to see the presentation. Is that correct, Cindy?
That's correct, Town Manager Johnson.
Okay, thank you.
So you can see it in the council chambers, but on Zoom, it's, the slides are not available, the audio is.
Okay, and so I just wanted to make sure people at home weren't really concerned about that. They understand what's going on, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Terry, why don't you start?
Okay, so as a council member, I'm actually required to disclose that I had a conversation with a member of the public or an applicant on a matter that's on the agenda for the council meeting. So Zara Murren contacted me to ask if she could speak to me about agenda item 14, and that is 12 Canyon Road Design Review, a hillside lot permit, a variance, and town council adoption of resolution number 2532, approving the project subject to conditions. I agreed to speak with Mrs. Murin, and we talked over the phone this past weekend. She shared with me the concerns that she had and some of her neighbors have about the proposed sports court at 12 Canyon Road. This information is currently available in letters and correspondence she has shared with the full council. Mrs. Murin also shared with me that she and her neighbors recently brought in consultants to conduct a noise impact analysis and to assess wildlife in the area. I encouraged Mrs. Murin to share that information with the full council. She said that the information would be sent out by Wednesday of this week to the full council, which it was. So I acknowledge the work she and her neighbors have put into their concern about this issue.
And I also wanted to add that I also talked to Zara Miran about similar issues. I also talked to Tom Allen about pickleball and sound and tennis noise. And I also talked to Mark Fritz, who is a member of the ADR. Does anybody else have any ex parte communication?
I had also spoken with Zara, and as Terry mentioned, her comments are all represented in the public record.
And I too spoke with Zara.
I was on vacation. I was contacted. I apologize to Zara, wasn't able to return the contact.
And this is something we should probably do before all of our projects going forward. So
Yes.
Ben will remind us. Thank you. Okay, Alex, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Tonight, the project is seeking town council consideration for design review, a hillside lot permit, and a variance to construct a sports court on a raised wooden platform adjacent to the pool deck. The platform would be elevated 12 feet and include a 7-foot concrete rebound wall and a 4-foot glass railing. A variance is required because the proposed court would traverse a natural watercourse. The project was first presented to the ADR group on October 15th, 2024. The ADR recommended several changes, including lowering the platform, replacing a proposed 6-foot solid wood fence with a glass barrier, and reducing the overall size of the court. The applicant responded by lowering the court by 3 feet, replacing the fence with a 4-foot glass barrier, and removing the surrounding deck. At the January 21, 2025 meeting, the ADR voted 3-1 in support of the project, citing improvements made since the prior review, the project's distance from property setbacks, and minimal visibility from neighboring properties. One member did not support the project, noting that it did not fully comply with the hillside lot ordinance and expressing concerns about the location's proximity to the watercourse and disturbance to the canyon. During planning review, staff identified an undisclosed ephemeral stream within the project area, shown here. The applicant was required to submit a biological evaluation memorandum prepared by WRA, which analyzed the stream's characteristics and potential measures. These measures are included in the project's description, as well as the noise assessment study by Salzer, Inc. I also want to say that no other platform, elevated platform, sports courts have been approved in recent years. And staff did receive several comments opposing the project. The main concerns that were raised were noise, the potential use of pickleball, and not being able to comply with the hillside lot regulations. The recommendation tonight is for the council's consideration for design review, a hillside lot permit, and a variance. Staff prepared findings for design review, a hillside lot permit, and a variance, and the town council has the option to approve the project. Some alternative actions include direct the applicant to revise the project to meet the hillside lot regulations and guidelines, direct staff to obtain additional information or request further revisions to the project, and 3, direct staff to return with a resolution containing findings to deny the project. Thank you.
Questions? Matt?
So in the staff report, it was a little hard for me to follow. It seemed like staff was recommending or saying that you believe the project is categorically exempt from CEQA?
Yes, so as part of our review, and I want to add, we would also add CEQA section 15303, which is for the new construction of accessory structures or small structures, I think it's called, but based on the biological resource report, staff would recommend that it is exempt from CEQA.
Okay, and then on the hillside lot permit, it says staff recommends consideration of the hillside lot as summarized below by the findings of an Exhibit A. And then it was like, it preserves the public open space, significant. So it is being built into a hillside. So I was trying to understand what the staff was recommending here.
Yes, that's a good question. So we did prepare the findings. And with those findings, I would say the council always has the option to agree with those findings or otherwise revise them. In terms of the hillside lot ordinance, there are provisions that allow for an accessory structure to be built without necessarily disrupting the canyon.
Which is fine. I just want to make sure I'm understanding, my questions is just understanding that you feel like there's findings for the exception to the hillside lot permit. You found also that the CEQA exemption is sound.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going through it, and we know that the public, and there's a lot of other stuff, but I want to know what you think, basically.
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
does Ben have anything to add?
Let me just also
Okay.
explain, staff doesn't, no offense, we don't think, we provide potential findings for you all to consider. So the findings are created by staff should the council want to approve the project. But staff isn't making the finding that these findings are in fact true. That's up to the council ultimately.
Correct. So, but your finding was that it was CEQA exempt. Your finding was that it was consistent with the hillside lot permit.
The findings are for you to consider. And again, for the CEQA component, yes, I think the evidence shows by the biological assessment that was provided by the applicant that the council could rely on a categorical exemption should it so choose. But the council also can direct staff to change those findings or do more CEQA analysis and make its own conclusion that you are not in fact comfortable relying on a categorical exemption.
Oh, correct. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to, these are questions of staff. So I'm just trying to understand the staff report and what the staff's findings were. Okay. Thank you.
I have a question about the variance. I'm not sure how we can find a variance, given the hillside lot ordinance, when the proposed structure will traverse a natural watercourse or drainage swale. And I don't understand what the hardship is, given that this isn't their house. This is an optional sport court that, not everybody gets or has. So I'm wondering how the variance is supported.
That's a really good question. So in the variance findings, again, staff is providing an option that the council could find that due to the steepness of the lot, the built-out oak tree woodland, that there could be findings made that would support that variance. Again, there's also the option, you could say it could go somewhere else, right? Staff isn't really saying either way. It's just if you did want to consider approval, the findings prepared would support that.
Bill?
I have a question. The staff report says that sports courts and associated landscape improvements are commonly enjoyed by owners of residential properties in the immediate vicinity. I'm aware that we approved a sports court at Bellagio, I think, but that was not an elevated sports court, is that correct?
That is correct. So it's not a platform raised sports court. It's on a hill, but it's on grade.
Are you aware of any elevated sports courts in the town of Ross?
Let's see, there's one on Chestnut.
99 Chestnut there. There's one that was approved back in 1970, 1980.
It was approved in March of 1979, because I've reviewed all the meeting minutes. And it was approved because the applicant's children were going to be required to either play on Chestnut on the road or on a steep cement driveway, and they had nowhere to play. And so the council, it seems like the council agreed to allow an elevated paddleball court at 99 Chestnut, so the kids would have a place to play.
I also had a question about the variance. Is it common to have variances over a water course? I mean, I was thinking, maybe if, the water splits the property in half and somebody wants a little footbridge or something, then, there'd be a variance because it's traversing the water course, but have we approved variances for something that's, quite large, built over a water course like this?
I can't say for sure throughout the history, but within the past 3 years, no.
So sports courts in that canyon area, how many exist now?
So to Bellagio, I mean, it doesn't exist now, but it's being constructed. And also, I believe the property in St. Canyon has a sports court. It's not being used, but they have a sports court.
But it's on the property? Okay.
But neither one of those is elevated, right?
Correct.
Any other questions? Okay, the applicant can make a presentation of up to 15 minutes and may want to reserve time for rebuttal after public comment is given. Is the applicant online?
Yeah, I'm here. This is Brad.
Hi, Brad.
Hi. I also have Ben Piper, the sound acoustic engineer, available on Zoom, and also our biological resource person, Scott Yarger from WRA. Ben Piper is from Salter Associates. So anyway, thank you for staying late and hearing us tonight. And I want to thank the staff. We've been working on this for, probably 11 months or so. And we have gone through a lot of iterations and very detailed design process on this project. And this started back in spring of 2024. And we started with a detailed topographic survey, as every project does. And part of the early goals of the project was that we maintain all of the existing redwood trees, that we respect setbacks, that we do not interfere with the existing drainage swale in any way, and that this sits in a natural, it's in a swale, but the goal was that the water course would appear naturally from below the court, and below the court would be planted with ferns and native plants, and we would have a very natural setting. I worked on a project about 10 years ago in San Anselmo with an elevated sport court similar to this. And the court was constructed using steel posts with large spans and steel structure, and then a concrete surface poured over top of it. And so the impact on the ground plane was very minimal. And we were able to space posts, I believe, like about 18 feet apart. And there was virtually no off-haul, very little excavation, and very little disturbance of the ground plane. And what was really interesting on that project when we got it approved is that the fire department loved the project so much and acted, was so happy to have this concrete, what they called a fire abatement structure that would stop a wildland fire from coming up a canyon like this. And coming up a canyon in a swale like this is a real concern. So at the time, we also hired Salter and Associates to do a sound study because we were concerned about the potential noise. And I'm going to have Ben talk about that after I get done here. And so we came up with a plan that I was excited about. I am excited about it. And we presented on October 15th, and the ADR group, they had some great recommendations, and we were able to lower the court 3 feet. We were able to reduce the bulk and the mass. We changed the wood fence to a glass rail, lowered the story poles, and it was I think it was a vastly improved project. And so we came back in January and presented, and we received recommendation for approval from three of the 4 people that were in the hearing that night. So we're pretty happy about where the project was headed. a week later or so, we were informed by town staff that we needed to do a biological assessment. So we went ahead and hired WRA Associates, and Scott Yarger is also available to talk about the biological assessments and how we are able to conform to Ross Code and California Fish and Game Code, and that we're able to adhere to all the code requirements of the biological assessment. In terms of the variance findings, yes, we are traversing the swale. We are removing a bridge that exists over the swale now. So we're taking a bridge away and putting the structure over part of the swale. I want to be very clear that people understand that this drainage swale runs in a culvert about, at least 200 feet, and it spills out in a catch basin that's about midway up through the court. So this is by no means a natural drainage swale. This is in a culvert that runs under the swimming pool and spa of the yard. It goes up the canyon. It meets the driveway up at the top of the property. It goes into a large holding area to slow the water down, then spills into 2 catch basins, and then spills down through this culvert, and then comes out of like a turning structure, and then free flows for a little bit, and then runs into a fence, and then runs into the neighbor's walkway that impedes the flow of this drainage swale, and this walkway traverses or impedes the flow of this so sacred drainage swale. And what's so surprising to me is that this walkway leads to the sport court that is existing at 10 Canyon. And the sport court that exists at 10 Canyon by no means meets the setback requirements. It's maybe 10, maybe 15 feet from the property. And I know that it's abandoned and it hasn't been maintained, but we don't do these planning hearings for projects in the immediate time frame. We do these projects for the foreseeable future. And if this property ever does sell, it is for sure going to be an asset that is advertised as part of a real estate sale. So I'm going to end it with that, but I do want Ben Piper to talk about the noise study and how it conforms with the town of Ross code requirements. And then I'm going to ask that Scott Yarger speak from WRA about the biological assessment. And I definitely want to reserve some time for addressing comments and answering questions. And I ask that anybody that wants to ask technical questions about the noise and the biological resource to direct their questions to Ben and Scott accordingly. And anybody that wants to ask me about plants and design and thought process between of how we got to this design, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions. So Ben, are you there?
Brad, I just want you to know that I think you only have 5 minutes left of your 15 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just have Ben do it
7.
really
You have
quick.
7 minutes left.
Okay, Ben, can you jump on?
Wait a second, Brad, our attorney wants to say something.
Let me just interject. You have 15 minutes for your presentation. You don't have to reserve time out of that. And then the reply, you get up to 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ben, are you available? Here, let me grab my phone here. Or is Scott available? Oh, here's Ben.
Ben, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for inviting me tonight. I'm an acoustical consultant with a company called Salter. As far as I know, no relation to Council Member Salter. We were brought on board to provide a noise assessment for the sport court and ensure that it is in line with the standards of the Ross jurisdictions. Firstly, when we conduct a noise assessment, we look at the numerical criteria in the standard. In this case, the general plan has a LDN 55 dB threshold for property line noise. So we implemented design features, setback distances, and perimeter barriers to achieve this. Then we also look at subjective or qualitative standards. In this case, the municipal code has language that discusses noise generated that may be annoying or cause discomfort to people of ordinary sensitiveness. I think obviously that type of language is very subjective, and so there's probably a lot of different interpretation. Our understanding is that this language is purposefully written in a subjective and qualitative manner because it allows for, in the case of a neighborly noise dispute, it allows for a police officer or similar public peace officer to be on site, observe the noise that is occurring, and make a determination of its appropriateness or inappropriateness based on factors like time of day, duration of noise, overall noise level. Our sense is that for a sport court in a backyard, if a neighbor, our understanding is that the intention is for daytime use exclusively. If a police officer were called at, say, 10 or 11 a.m. on a Saturday to observe, officer, my neighbor is playing pickleball, that likely would not be, that the officer would then likely not respond by shutting that down, at least not immediately. Nonetheless, I think the private nature of the sport court allows for some additional mitigation strategies to be implemented. The hours of use that I previously mentioned, the implementation of quiet equipment, and the owner at 12 Canyon has agreed to implement these to reduce the noise transfer to adjacent properties. And I will be available to answer questions at the end, and I'll turn it over to Scott.
Scott, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Town Council and Mayor. My name is Scott Yarger. I'm an associate biologist with WRA Environmental Consultants. We were contracted by the applicant to conduct a biological evaluation per the town's requirement. Our evaluation focused primarily on concerns raised by the town pertaining to an ephemeral stream course and the threatened northern spotted owl known to occur in the neighborhood. And I just want to acknowledge as well that we received an opposition letter from the Canyon neighbors just yesterday and reviewed that in that short period of time between receiving that and this meeting. And despite the opposition letter and supporting biological evaluation, WRA's findings remain that the project as designed with avoidance measures incorporated is unlikely to significantly impact sensitive species or habitats, and no unusual circumstances are present that could reasonably trigger an exception to the previously granted categorical exemption. The ephemeral drainage swale is one of several in the neighborhood, according to the Marin Map viewer. This feature emerges from a culvert, as Brad explained, which runs underneath the existing residence, backyard, and pool deck. The feature in its current state is a highly altered ephemeral drainage swale within a developed suburban setting that does not provide habitat for special status wildlife species. Nonetheless, the project will avoid direct impacts to the drainage as the sports court will be constructed on piers situated outside of the drainage swale, with standard construction best management practices to prevent incidental impact to the drainage, and also including a seasonal work window for ground disturbance work that avoids the rainy season. The project will also avoid impacts to special status wildlife species, notably the northern spotted owl, as the pure construction that is expected to generate noise greater than 90 decibels will be conducted outside of the northern spotted owl nesting season. It's also understood that the hours of use will be between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. and that noise dampening paddles will be solely used for pickleball. The project activities limit tree removal to one non-native horse chestnut tree. The project will not alter the overall characteristics and biological functionality of the property. As such, these areas will remain suitable for utilization by northern spotted owl that, as the Canyon Neighbors report identifies, the northern spotted owl is well known in the neighborhood. And based on the opposition's letter in the short time that we had to review it, it contains various quantitative analysis and associated speculation that are, in practical terms, immaterial to the project. The application is based on the project being categorically exempt, and again, WRA's findings support that based on the biological resources checklist items under CEQA, the project should be considered categorically exempt.
Okay, thank you. You have used your 15 minutes. So now we will take public comments. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Who is first?
Good evening. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, shorter. Zara Muren, Dennis, my husband, here in opposition to this pickleball court proposal for its severe impacts on our property, which is directly down canyon, 55 feet. We share reasons of opposition with our group, the Neighbors for Peace and Wildlife of the Canyon. We're also represented this evening by our attorney, Mark, who will speak at the end. In our 30 years living here, we've known a spirit of mutual respect for each other's place in this richness of nature, this tranquility of the neighborhood. This proposal rides roughshod over that in outsized ways. First, it's a huge violation of the town noise ordinance. The acute noise of pickleball play following construction noise, which is appropriately cautioned, but pickleball should be considered because it will pierce what's our acoustical engineer has metered as a wondrous 30 decibel quiet in our neighborhood. The acoustical consultant went on to model the noise. It measures 8 times that loudness through our canyon garden and above 50 decibels at 60 decibels through canyon garden, above 50 decibels, which is 4 times that loudness at our and other residences. These sound levels are also documented by our biologist as adversely affecting wildlife. Secondly, the deadening shade of the platform sport court would take out the mature chestnut tree, stop the regeneration of redwoods underneath, and obliterate the habitat of special species, pallid bat, amongst others, of the 167 vertebrates that our biologist identifies as using the site. He further notes the sensitivity to noise of the endangered northern spotted owl, of which there are numerous documented nest sites within 400 meters of the site. In this, the proposal ignores US Fish and Wildlife recommended 400-meter noise buffer about northern spotted owl sites. Lastly, the raised platform with adjacent west deck is massive, but made yet bigger by the 12-feet-high dark void that extends fully across the canyon beneath. This flagrantly violates the Ross General Plan and Hillside Lot Ordinance in that it is traversing a waterway, it's altogether failing to minimize the appearance of bulk, and desecrates a feature of the natural environment. Please deny this proposal and guard the peace and wildlife of the canyon for we who live here and the creatures who rely on it. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
Next, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I am Rob Ludlow here with my wife Sandra from 18 Canyon. We are one of the neighbors contiguous to the property who oppose it. It is very clear that there are numerous sections of the Hillside Ordinance that are contravened by this project. Specifically, it doesn't preserve open space. It traverses a watercourse which cannot be characterized as just being a culvert. In fact, it's a culvert because there was a house, a tennis court, and not a tennis court, a house, a large lawn and a swimming pool built over what was the original natural watercourse, which the proposed court, which is now the size of a single-family residence, it's about 2,400 square feet, would cover the remaining section of that watercourse on the property. So we're concerned about this project as a possible precursor of other similar projects that would contravene the Hillside Ordinance Act. Given that it does not meet the Hillside Ordinance Act, the question then is they're now applying for a variance. I've practiced as an architect in California for over 35 years. I've done variance applications in scores of cities. And the grounds for variance application typically is that there's something really unusual about a property which would preclude what would otherwise be a reasonable use. In the case of this property, what precludes the project is that it's a hillside property. So really the issue is that is not a ground for, its fact of being a hillside property is not a ground for a variance. So I respectfully ask that the council deny this project and do not allow it to sneak through. Even though my sympathies are with the owner, he's been through months of approval process, it's been kind of led on. Try doing this, do that, make it a little better, squeeze this, try and do that. He really should have been told at the beginning of the project, this is not an appropriate project for this place and it contravenes the ordinances of the city. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable members of the council. My name is Tom Allen. I'm here with my wife, Jane. We live at 23 Canyon Road. I'm adamantly opposed to this application and the allowance of pickleball in any residential zone in the town of Ross. I strongly urge the council to deny this application. Whoever tells you that pickleball is similar to tennis because they both use a ball and a racket is misinformed. This just isn't true. It's like equating a mountain bike with a Harley-Davidson motorcycle without a muffler. It's not a game, it's the noise that's the concern here. I like the game, hate the noise. So I did some research online and I came up with some credible evidence that I'd like to share. First, there's a recent report published last year from the National Institute of Health that shows that the rhythmic sounds of the game of tennis contribute to the relief of anxiety, feelings of apprehension, fear, tension, and distress. On the other hand, this last June, a physician-led study published by the Acoustic Society of America, which has been around since 1929, explores a link between long-term exposure to pickleball noise and self-reported adverse health effects. The results are frightful. Respondents describe the noise as causing severe distress using terms like traumatized and torture. They also report trauma with PTSD-like symptoms and highly activated physiological stress responses like high anxiety, mental anguish, nightmares, and depression. So that's what we're talking about, putting this next door to you guys and us guys. The sound of tennis is the polar opposite of the sound of the game of pickleball. This last study, the one from the Acoustic Society of America, characterizes the complex acoustical sound of pickleball noise and its health effects to be considered when making decisions about pickleball court placement. Their formal recommendation is that, and I quote, "In order to avoid years of costly litigation, it may be advisable to delay locating new courts within 1,000 feet of other homes until further research is available." They also recommend that courts not be placed within 100 feet of a home unless it's completely enclosed. This is the noise that we're talking about in our quiet, peaceful canyon. I've found hundreds of websites describing the torturous annoyance encountered by homeowners living close to a pickleball court. The difference between tennis and pickleball are more compelling than I originally thought. I've learned that annoyance can't be measured with a sound pressure gauge or a tape measure. If you hear the sound, it's annoying, even if it's quiet. So reducing it is not going to have any effect. If you hear it, it's a problem. Complaints by people living next to pickleball courts use words like machine gun-like, unrelenting, unnerving. There are websites describing the loss of property values and detailed lawsuits filed against municipalities and HOAs. I'll hurry.
Okay.
Not once have I found a website that says the sound of the noise of pickleball is pleasing or comforting. It's all negative. Even the U.S. Pickleball Association, the governing body for the sport, admits a disruptive noise is produced by the game and is not appropriate for quiet settings like a residential neighborhood. The purpose of this public hearing is to gauge public sentiment. The overwhelming evidence shows that the public is opposed to unleashing an acoustic assault machine next door to your house. You would not want a leech next to you. So please deny this application. It doesn't meet the Hillside Ordinance. It doesn't meet the Ross's Sound Ordinance, the general plan, or the State of California Health and Safety Code, which ensures the peaceful enjoyment of my property. So please deny this application once and for all. Let's just be done with it and move on to our peaceful future. Thank you.
Thank you. Given that it's getting really late, let's try to do 3 minutes or even under, if that's possible.
I will stick to 3 minutes. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Town Council, distinguished attorney of the Town Council. My name is Matt Nash. I recently moved to the cottage at 10 Canyon Road, and the reason I moved there is because of the peace and quiet and tranquility of the environment. It is a very beautiful and just quiet and peaceful place. And while I love pickleball, it is a lot of fun and it's exciting. It is not peaceful. It is not tranquil. It is not quiet. It is fun though. But just to reiterate what a few of the folks have said, pickleball it does not comply with the town noise ordinance. It is loud. The structure as proposed clearly is over a waterway that does not comply with the town ordinance either. As we have heard, the consultants hired by the neighborhood have demonstrated that there are 157 vertebrates, 26 are categorized as being protected species, and they will be severely impacted by the construction of this project. The noise alone does not comply with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife guidelines. The 400 decibels is going to impact a number of species.
There you go. That's
It
it.
is,
Use your time.
excuse me? It's a problem on a number of fronts. So I, as many of the others who are speaking in opposition, would respectfully recommend that the town deny the application. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Nancy Montague, and I live with my husband and 3 boys at 7 Bellagio, very near the proposed sports court. I would like to voice our very strong opposition to the proposed construction of the sports court with the intended use as a pickleball court, primarily because of the noise impact. The canyon is extremely quiet, and hearing the pop of pickleball will be stressful. Even small noises stand out in our very peaceful canyon. The pop of pickleball will undoubtedly carry through the canyon and will constitute unnecessary noises. The canyon really is a treasure of the town of Ross. There's remarkable wildlife that we're very lucky to witness there, including the northern spotted owl, which we often see in our garden, which is amazing. And a 400-meter noise buffer is recommended for this species. The biological study for this project ignored the reality of the ongoing intermittent piercing noise of a pickleball game and only made reference to the construction noise and the average noise. The wildlife and peace of the neighbors does not depend on the averaging of noise. The sharp noise from pickleball is not appropriate and does constitute the unnecessary noises that cause discomfort to residents are prohibited by Ross Municipal Code Section 9.20.010. This variance, if granted, would be detrimental to the public welfare. A pickleball court is not necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial property rights and would come at great cost to the surrounding neighbors and wildlife in the canyon. Thank you so much.
Anyone else in the chamber? Is there anyone online, Cindy, who wants to make a public comment? I know we have one more person. I think he wanted to go last.
Yes, one moment.
Do you want to wait for the last comment, or?
David Nasa?
Oh, you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I know you'd like to do this in 3 minutes, and I can probably do it in 1 minute. I'm a 42-year resident at 120 Winding Way, above the site. So in those 42 years, we've heard a lot of noise from time to time, whether it's dogs or music, parties, whatever. I think that I'm out of town, but we've been listening to the entire presentation by both sides, which are kind of evidence that you can get 2 biologists together and get a different reading. You can get 2 sound experts together and get a different reading. So obviously it's going to become your judgment as to what you do here. It's very clear that the neighborhood is opposed to this. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear any neighbors voicing any support. I am subject to the hillside ordinance. I'm at the top of Winding Way on a promontory with a steep slope all around our property. And we built our house before the hillside ordinance was enacted. Now we know that we're subject to it. It will be very interesting to see how you manage the hillside ordinance. I appreciate your service. I think it's a very tough job that is presented to you. And some people like Mrs. Robbins, have over the years been very helpful to us. So we'll live with whatever you decide. However, I would like you to look at that sound ordinance more closely in the future. Taking a sound and averaging it out over an hour, I don't think makes a lot of sense. And I don't know how the ordinance was written that way, but I would appreciate it if you would review the ordinance for whether it is realistic. Thank you again.
Thank you. Is that the last person online besides the applicant? What?
Is there anybody else?
No. Okay, great. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I know it's getting late, so I'll try to be as quick as I can. My name is Mark Wolf. I'm a land use and CEQA attorney, and I'm here on behalf of the neighbors for the peace and quiet of the canyon. I'd like to focus, I guess, on the evidence, because that's what my job kind of is. We had sent a letter to you all that attached the two studies, or actually 3 studies from 2 noise experts and a wildlife biologist. You should have received a cheat sheet earlier today that just basically hits the highlights. Basically, on the noise issue, if you find that the evidence shows that this pickleball court is going to violate either the town's subjective, qualitative, annoyance-based standard, we would submit that what Mr. Allen has submitted to you and has testified tonight amply supports that. Pickleball is annoying. I don't think there's any reasonable dispute about that. You can deny the permit because you can't make the findings necessary to grant the variance or to grant design review because both of those require full compliance with the town code as well as protection of public health, safety, and welfare. With respect to the quantitative side of things, when the gentleman from Salter was speaking, I didn't hear him actually describe what assessment was done. I heard him say that they did an assessment and concluded that if a police officer was summoned to the site, he wouldn't shut the pickleball court down. What the neighbors did is they retained a firm with decades of experience who actually set up noise monitors at the property about 50, 55 feet away from the pickleball court, as well as further in close to the 10 Canyon Court residence. And they measured it over a period of 2 days. They took actual sound measurements. And what they found was this is an extremely quiet canyon. It is so quiet that it is below the American National Standards Institute's standard for a quiet rural area, which is quieter than a library. And what that means is introduction of any noise is that much more annoying, to the extent that the American National Standards Institute says when you've got a quiet rural area, you're supposed to actually lower your otherwise applicable standards, I think by 10 or 12 decibels. So if your standard's 45, you should reduce it to 35 when you're dealing with such a quiet area. I don't need to go further into the mechanics of pickleball noise. It is loud, it is percussive, it is unsteady, and just generally annoying, and for that reason, I think violates the code.
I just want to tell you, you're almost out of time.
Okay. Quickly on the wildlife issue, again, we understand that WRA came, they did 2 quick surveys. They acknowledged that there is suitable habitat for the northern spotted owl. If I could just go for 1 more minute. But what they didn't actually set up the same type of monitoring equipment that Dr. Smallwood did. He was there for actually 2 days. He set up sonar to measure bats. He came with a camera that had a telescopic lens about this wide, and he documented the presence of these species and concluded that A, the noise from the pickleball, not the construction, from the playing of the pickleball, will impact the northern spotted owl, which is documented to be present and which WRA acknowledges has suitable habitat there, while at the same time covering the drainage with the court deprives the special status pallid bat of foraging habitat. If you are inclined to think that this might actually qualify for a variance, I would submit that this biological information that we've submitted shows that this project does not qualify for a CEQA exemption. There are abundant unusual circumstances at this site in terms of the quietness of the canyon, the presence of the species, the fact that there is no other elevated pickleball court like this that's apparently ever been approved in Ross, at least since 1979. And you've got substantial evidence showing that this will have significant impacts on biological resources. You put those two together, you find the project not exempt from CEQA. So if you're inclined to perhaps give it an approval on a finding that there's no problem with the noise, please find that it's not exempt and order a CEQA initial study as required by that statute. Thank you.
Thank you. So the applicant has been 5 minutes to, oh, yes, Mr. Former Mayor Cool.
Former Mayor. I'm Beach Cool. I'm a resident of Ross. I live across the street from a tennis court, which has been fixed up so that they can play pickle. I also live a couple hundred yards from the Chestnut platform tennis court that was mentioned earlier. I can hear when the play goes on in either of them. It is just silly to have all these fancy scientific studies to say that something like pickleball or platform tennis is a noise that annoys people who live near it. It isn't. We can hear when they start playing, and you kind of register in your mind, oh, they're playing pickleball across the street. But to say that it's disturbing in any way is not true. And I'll just point out that I'm the only person who's testified tonight on this issue who actually has encountered it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Brad, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
You know, it seems like there's a lot of discussion about the noise and about the biological assessment, and I'd be happy if Ben would speak for maybe a minute and Scott would speak for maybe a minute or so, and I'll let them talk in a minute here, but we have really gone out of our way and worked very hard to conform to all of Ross codes and requirements. We have met setback requirements in addition to 10 feet. We've done the sound study that meets the Ross codes. We've done the biological assessment that meets the Ross codes. We have bent over backwards to appease a neighbor and to control noise and to make this an asset to the property. And there is no other place for this pickleball court or sport court on the property. And, you know, all this talk about the canyon and the peace and all this, I've been to this site I don't know how many times in the last year, at least 20 times. And I was there on Monday for 2 hours. I was there on Tuesday for 2 hours. And it was the nonstop sound of construction and saws. And there was an amazing amount of annoying noise if you're opposed to construction. So to treat this like some peaceful canyon 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is flatly absurd. So I'm going to leave it there. I would like to not be negative and go on the merits of the project and how well it's designed and how wonderful it will be for this family to enjoy their property. And I'm just going to leave it there. And I'm going to let Ben talk about the noise really quick. And I'm going to let Scott talk a little bit about the biological assessment and end it with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brad. You guys have 3 minutes.
Thanks. I wanted to quickly mention or address the idea that noise is averaged over time. The reason for that is because it is an accounting for the duration of an activity. And if you focus a noise level threshold too finely to too small an interval of time, you're going to catch likely a number of activities that you don't intend to, like social gatherings in a backyard or pool parties or someone bouncing a basketball or something. So that is why the Rosstown general plan, which is modeled on the California model general plan, characterizes these things over a timed average. I also want to note that, yes, there is a lot of reference in the neighbors documentation to an ANSI standard, S12.9 Part 4. We did not review noise against that standard because it is not, we are not directed to do so in any of the documentation from the local jurisdiction. So we sort of see that the idea that instead of looking at what is listed in the town documentation, we should add this other standard and consider the town standards to be inadequate. And so we need to weigh it against this other ANSI standard. Seems like a shifting of the goalposts. So we work with what is in the standards. And I'll pass it over to Scott now.
You have
Scott, go ahead.
You have 45 seconds.
Okay, thanks. Well, I just want to make a few points in regards to the opposition attorney's assertions. So the application was made on the assumption of a categorical exemption. Therefore, some of the more detailed CEQA-specific studies, these intense multi-day studies that their biologists did were not included, as they were deemed unnecessary. That biologist report, and again, we just received it just yesterday, which I believe is really an attempt to kind of just create chaos in submitting such a late study to the record. But it vastly overstates the potential impacts to wildlife. I mean, he calls out some species as special status species to include all raptors. So turkey vultures, which are very common species, he calls as special status species. He did detect a pallid bat, which is a true special status species. But the claim that putting a raised sports court over an ephemeral drainage is going to significantly negatively impact a pallid bat is just not true. It's not taking away that resource. There's still the stream will still be flowing unimpeded underneath that sports court. So if I had more time, I could counter a lot more of those report claims, but I believe that's my time.
Thank you. All right. So we will bring it back to.
Will you formally close the public hearing, please?
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm closing the public hearing and I'm bringing it back to the council. And to me, I agree with Rob's comments. I think that this project falls way outside what is allowed under the Hillside Lot Ordinance. And I'm sorry that the applicant has had to do a lot of studies. And I'm sorry that the neighbors have also had to hire an attorney and do a lot of studies. I have looked at the general plan with this project in mind, and the general plan says that we are supposed to protect the environment, protect environmental resources such as hillsides and drainage areas. We're supposed to respect existing natural topographic contours. We're supposed to design things that relate to the current landforms with the goal of integrating the building with the site. In other words, step a structure with the slope. And then the hillside lot ordinance, its purpose is to preserve significant features of the natural environment, including canyons and watercourses. And we're supposed to protect steep slopes and creeks and wildlife. Our architecture is supposed to design with complementing the form of the natural landscape. Design should be well articulated to minimize the appearance of bulk. Decks, particularly elevated decks, should enhance the appearance of a house and be of a scale and style which are compatible with the house, adjacent development, and the surroundings. And we can limit deck and patio area based on considerations of aesthetics, noise, bulk, and mass, and even include a guideline of decks over 18 inches limited to 25% of the maximum permitted floor area for the site. And then landscape architecture for hillside lot ordinances, small patios, terraces, and pathways are allowed. There's nowhere in here that says you can have an elevated sport court. And then finally, as the staff pointed out under hydrology, residences and accessory structures shall not traverse, encroach, or impede a natural watercourse or drainage swale. So I think the staff has found one point in the hillside lot ordinance that would allow us to reject this application. To me, there's many, many others that taken together, I think just based on the hillside lot ordinance alone and not resorting to any type of analysis of the wildlife or the noise, we can reject this project. So my view is we should not approve this project based on the hillside lot ordinance requirements.
So I agree with Julie. I'm really sorry that so much time and effort from everyone has been put into this. Just that it's 2,400 square feet elevated on pillars in a canyon that's steeply sloping with a watercourse under it. It doesn't matter, frankly, if it's, a deck for lawn furniture or a sport court. That doesn't, the size and the bulk and the siting doesn't seem to fit. It doesn't seem to follow the general plan or the hillside lot ordinance. And I don't really think they're findings for a variance the way I could find for a variance if they wanted a footbridge over the watercourse, but not something of this size and scale. So I think that it's unfortunate it came this far, in my opinion, because I don't think that, I think that just looking at it, this isn't what's intended to be built in Ross on a hillside based on the general plan and the hillside lot ordinance.
I want to certainly acknowledge the fact that the homeowner went out of his way to accommodate to the recommendations that came up in the design review. But I agree with Elizabeth and Julie that this project is really outside of the hillside lot ordinance, period.
I have to agree. I couldn't make the findings that would support a variance in this situation. But I would echo what's been said, to appreciate the owner's flexibility, and it's just unfortunate it got to this point. We do appreciate it when owners react positively to suggestions from the ADR, for example, and make revisions, which happened here. But again, I just don't think an elevated sports court is appropriate here. And I don't think it's, frankly, it would not be a good precedent. We do try to treat people equally. And if we allow it here, I don't know where we would not allow it. And I don't think we want a lot of elevated sports courts. This is entirely apart from the issue of pickleball and noise and so forth. We're not trying to set a precedent here for pickleball. We've discussed that at length before. I'm talking about simply the Hillside Lot Ordinance and this type of a structure in this steeply sloping canyon. So I could not support this.
Well, my feeling about this is, the first is that I don't like what this whole process has unfolded. And I mean, having this amount of studies done, lawyers hired, it's so over the top. It's such a waste of time, money. And I agree with you all that, this Hillside Lot Ordinance is sort of there to prevent and try to keep the natural surroundings fitting with the hill. So why I struggled was I didn't understand, well, the design review gave them comments back and made them jump through hoops. They got 3-to-1, approval at design review. The staff's findings are for approval. They just are. They support a finding of approval. So I said, how did this happen that this gets this far to us? And again, this goes back to our earlier discussion about the general plan updates, the variances, the municipal code, what our vision is and how it's implemented is so important. How we tell people what projects will fit a natural landscape and making that very crystal clear before somebody comes and spends hundreds of thousands of dollars on consultants, and then all the neighbors have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on the consultants. You just have to start with the vision is we want to maintain the landscape, the habitat, the environment. If those are the goals and we all agree on them, let's put that down in writing. Because I don't think this sort of process and this sort of waste of time, energy, and resources should continue. And being on this council for a year, project after project, watching them come through, it is a lot of money, time, and energy that's spent that I think is wasted. The last thing I'll say is these people spend so much money to build these projects. Construction costs is so high. And all of the code enforcement. We have someone came to me and talked about how they're being penalized for going over the limit of time. So all this is real money we're forcing people to spend. In my view, very unnecessarily, if we started to streamline and really set forth what our goals are as a council and a community. And I, again, bring that up because this all could have been avoided, and it wasn't.
And I just want to say that the stuff that I read is right out of the general plan that was adopted in 2007 and the Hillside Lot Ordinance that has been adopted for decades. So this is nothing new. This is nothing that needs to be changed. We just need to follow. And ADR is not the place where people are supposed to be opining about the Hillside Lot Ordinance. ADR is supposed to be about design. So ADR was working, under their purview. And I think, maybe we need stronger gatekeeping at the very onset. This is the general plan. This is the Hillside Lot Ordinance. Something on stilts that's 12 feet high, looming over a canyon, over a waterway. It's just right out of the gate. It should be, this does not meet the general plan or the Hillside Lot Ordinance. Sorry, try again, right? So I think we have consensus that, but I think we need to take a vote. And I guess we need to change we're denying 12 Canyon Road design review, a Hillside Lot permit, a variance, and adoption of a resolution. Is that how we do it?
You'd be directing staff to bring back a resolution denying the project with the requisite findings at our next council meeting on our consent agenda.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second? You don't have to repeat it.
I move to do whatever Ben just stated.
Direct staff to bring a resolution at a subsequent meeting denying the project with the requisite findings.
I move that we direct staff to, prepare a resolution with the requisite findings for the consent calendar at our next regular council meeting,
Project.
to deny the project.
And I'll second that.
Mayor McMillan?
Yes.
Councilmember Dowling?
Yes.
Councilmember Kircher?
Yes.
Councilmember Salter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Robbins?
Yes.
With a vote of 5, the motion passes.
Thank you. Okay. We are at item number 15, no action items. A is council correspondence. Maybe we should wait a second. Okay, number 15, no action items. Council correspondence, anybody? Future council items? Matt?
So I have two. The first is I was approached by the school for some fifth graders had done a water testing project behind the creek and wanted to present to the council their findings. Like a 10-minute item, not a big one, but I think we should have them come.
I agree.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll let the.
As long as you tell them it's 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, I for sure will tell them it's short. I will reply to them. And then the second one is.
Excuse me, Councilmember Salter,
Yes?
did you have a specific date in mind, or?
You know what I'll do is I'll just copy you, Kristen,
Okay.
from the email, and you can coordinate. I'm sure it'll be sometime when you have time. It didn't sound like it needed to be immediate. or
I'm just
anything.
curious for agenda planning purposes, that's all.
The other, sorry. One question is, should we have something in the procedure manual about how we agree what goes on the town's website? The FAQs, from my email, it wasn't quite what I expected, and I mean, should the whole council agree? Should the council, the topic is, should there be some policy about how it's decided what goes on the town website if it's said to be from the council? That would be the topic.
Yes, I completely support that. I feel like the FAQ process was not followed. And I think if we're putting materials out to the public that says the town council says this, it needs to be from more than one town council member. So I think we need to have in the procedure manuals an item that discusses how that process unfolds when we're sending things to the public that say it's from the town council. I think that's. Is that what you're talking about? Yes, an agenda item to figure out some procedure to follow so that when an item goes out and says the town council says this, it is.
I think we have 2 votes. We can move on to
Okay.
any other requests for future town agenda items? All right.
Goodness, okay. I would like to propose an agenda item for the December town council meeting. And it would be a first quarter data on response time to Ross locations by the Ross Valley Paramedic Authority and the Ross Valley Fire.
I would agree to that. Any other items for the future council items?
Wait, sorry. Tell me again, what is it that you want presented, or?
The response time. So how, from a 911 call in Ross for a fire or a paramedic, how long does it take for them to get from that call to the person's home? So it's a response
got it.
time.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah, for both the paramedics and the fire. Right.
And it probably should not just be restricted to Ross Valley Fire because there may be engines coming from Kentfield as well. Council member. That will be a future agenda item, yes, in December.
In December, because then you'd
Not
have
an action item, a discussion or a presentation.
Right.
presentation.
Council member participation at the communication table at the Ross Post Office. Thank you, Terry, for doing it today. I can do it in October. I cannot do it in September. Any volunteers?
I could do September.
Great, thank you, Elizabeth. Okay.
What's the date again?
September 11th.
9/11?
Oh,
Great,
Wait.
thank you.
I can't do, I'm sorry, I can't do September. I could do,
I can do September.
Thank you,
Okay.
Terry. And I can do October.
I can do
I
October.
might be able to join you, Chair, but check with me, I'm not sure.
Okay, sounds great.
All right. The last thing is meeting evaluation, and I would like to say that the last meeting evaluation pretty much devolved into a personal attack of me. And the point of this, this item is to provide constructive feedback about the meeting and how it was run. So with that in mind, the scope of the discussion should be procedural, and let's just keep our comments to that. I do have two comments. Matt, I noticed when someone was presenting, I think it was the flood control, you had your phone like this and you were texting or looking at your phone. And
I thought you just said you didn't want to do personal attacks.
I'm not commenting on the substance of what you said. I'm commenting on how you're using your phone while someone from an outside agency is making a presentation. It's not a good look for us to be doing that. And also, I'm sorry, Matt, but this is also about you. If you need a break, you need to just say, let's take a break, because we started the agenda item and you were gone in the bathroom and I didn't want to start until you got back. So everyone in the room had to wait for you to come back. And it's fine to say, Julie, I need a break. That's totally fine. And then we can all take a break, just in the future.
Okay.
So my comments are, I think it went pretty well tonight. I mean, it was really long, but I can't really figure out how we could have made it better. You know, it's just, sometimes you can say, well, people talk too long.
Yeah.
Nobody talked too long. We needed the presentations. I don't think there was any way around this being a long meeting, and I think it went pretty well.
I think that the public who spoke, I thought that they were, it was a hot topic for people. And I thought people were very reasonable and forthcoming.
Two hot topics, really.
Two,
Flood,
yeah,
a lot of
very-
interest in the
yeah.
flood and interest by the council as well.
Right.
And certainly interest in this last item, hillside lot ordinance and so forth.
Yeah.
So these are technical areas and it took quite a while and there's a lot of interest. So I don't think we could have shortened it. It's 10:30, which is about 2 hours past my bedtime, so.
I would like to say one other thing. I think, I really appreciate Ben reminding me that if I'm talking to somebody from the public, it needs to be noted in the public meeting. And I really appreciate that. I think it's true for all of us to keep that in mind.
And also note, when I talked to you about that, I noticed our rules actually say we need to have that on our agenda. I looked back at the, town's agendas for like the last 10 years. It's never been on our agenda disclosure for you to talk about your ex-parte communication. So I'll work with staff to put that on our agenda.
We can add that as a standing preface to the public hearing part of it. Yeah, I've seen that before in other places.
My only comment is we have these presentations from the outside parties and we don't, like the fire presentation or this one where we don't know how long they're going to go. And so I don't know how we can better sort of time them or say the way we do with the speakers on planning matters to say maybe like, hey, you've got 20 minutes to do this presentation, and then we're going to have this many minutes for Q&A. It's because sometimes it just goes on, and I mean, this meeting, I do believe we could have shortened it. The other thing is, it would be nice if these outside groups would give us their materials ahead of time. It would have been nice. This is a very technical document to go through beforehand, like our staff reports. So if somebody's coming in saying, hey, you've got to submit your slides to the council so they can review them ahead of time, would also save time. So, I just think it's important. We just say, hey, you've got 20 minutes or half an hour, and that, however you want to do it. And you've got to submit your materials at least the Friday before with the staff reports.
I think even 15. And really, I mean, the point is we can study it ahead of time.
Exactly.
And then we can discuss it and not have them teach us because we will have read it already.
Correct.
That makes the best use of the meeting time. True. But anyway, I think, Chris, you can tell people, you can suggest a time, right?
I'm sorry, it's 10:40 at night, and I just got to say, how long do you think I've been doing this? Do you actually think that I don't actively try to get every presenter? I say to these people, that, you know how long they wanted? They wanted 45 minutes. So 2 days ago, I get a thing, and they said they're going to take 45 minutes. And I said, no, you have 20 minutes because the council is going to have a lot of back and forth. So then I'm sitting here timing, and I'm showing the guy. So please be assured, this has been a part of my job for literally 28 years. It is very difficult to get people, whether they're your own staff or people from the outside or consultants. So I am very aware of your time. I, in particular, don't like sitting through them either. So I very much actively manage it and do my absolute best, but what am I going to do with this guy down at the end of the thing when he's taken 32 minutes and he promised he was going to take 20?
We can do the timer. Like, we can just say, and she's got a timer.
You can't. Yeah, but they're also, sometimes it's difficult to get people to come in here and do. Oftentimes the council is the one that's asking for the presentation. And then, so it is I manage it, I hear you, I certainly don't like it. I tried to get that so that we could have it in the packet. They couldn't get it to me on time, and we can't hold off our packet waiting for them. So just please be assured, I'm very much aware.
No, thank you.
So,
I mean, the e-bike people, I would say the same thing. I think it was like a slam dunk, everyone loved the e-bikes. So spending that amount of time was like, why are we doing this?
Actually, no, I gotta disagree with you on that. If you want to have a specific amount of time, she went way overboard.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we didn't need to spend as much time.
She absolutely didn't need, and she told me how long she was going to say, and then she still went overboard.
I thought it was
So
too
I
much
can't,
time.
I mean, unless I can, put a thing over her head, I can't make her stop.
No, but maybe the mayor can. The mayor can say, I think we've heard enough. Yes.
I think it's super awkward for me to cut people off. I can cut off the public, but it's really awkward for me or any mayor to cut a presenter who's come here. I don't want to be in that role. I think we can have the staff, we've expressed our concerns about timing, and we can have the staff continue to manage the timing. And I was thinking if we got the PowerPoints early, but the public didn't, that seems kind of weird. So it either needs to be in the packet.
It's against the Brown Act. So whenever it's distributed to you, it has to go up on our website.
Yep. So we can't really get it a couple days in advance.
No, of course we can. They just put it on the website, just like any public comment. Yeah, it'd be public comment, we just put it on the website.
Okay, great.
Everybody that gives a presentation is changing it up to the last minute. Everybody that does it has too much going on. And so if you cut it off, they're just not going to have a presentation to give. So again, I will do my best. I hear you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
All right, I need to call an Uber, and I'll come back and get my car tomorrow.